Hope you had a good rest last night. This morning, we are listening from now on until 12 o'clock to the evidence of the Minister of Small Business Development, Minister Ndabeni Abrams, and then from 1 o'clock to the evidence of the Minister of Police, General Cele. Minister Ndabeni Abrams, can you hear us? Minister, can you hear us?
Yes, Commissioner, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Welcome to you, Minister, and thank you for also for the example that you are setting to other public office bearers to work together with the Commission as is required by the Constitution. There is a very problematic echo, so I think we should try and sort that out. Our technical people, please. Maybe it seems to be gone now. So welcome to the proceedings, Minister. Minister, would it be possible to please put on your video? Thank you so much, really appreciate that. We also want to welcome this morning Reverend Mike Foster from the South African Council of Churches to the proceedings. He is in the audience. Minister, I will just start by administering the oath, and then, if you want to make an introductory statement, you can do so. Otherwise, we'll just hand over to the evidence team to put questions to you. Minister, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Unfortunately, we can't
hear you. You seem to be muted.
Commissioner, I can take the oath. I don't know if I'm audible now.
Yes, you're audible now. Thank you very much. If our technical people can just deal with the echo on our side. Don't know why there's this echo. Okay. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience, Minister?
Yes, Commissioner, I regard the oath as binding.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Commissioner, the evidence submitted to me will be truthful to the best of my knowledge as submitted by the department.
Thank you very much. Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
I'm informed, Minister, that because of the speaker system on your side, it might be the reason for the echo. So if someone else is speaking on this side to ask a question or whatever, if you can just mute yourself and then unmute yourself again when you speak, that might help. Do you want to make an opening statement, Minister?
Yes, Commissioner, I would like to make an opening statement.
Please go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Commissioner. On behalf of the Department of Small Business Development, I appear before this commission in an attempt to assist it in its work and wish to make the following opening statement. I am appearing in my capacity as the Minister of the aforementioned department, which falls under the economic sectors and employment cluster, having been appointed to my current executive responsibility by the President of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, on the 8th of August 2021. As dictated by our national constitution and democratic values, Section 184, subsection 2 of the Constitution in particular, the Commission is empowered to investigate and to report on the observance of human rights and to take steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated. It is for these reasons that I am appearing before the Commission to assist the Commission in achieving its objectives. As communicated to the Commission earlier, with an intention of assisting it, my focus area will be on paragraph 3.4 of the terms of reference, since I am responsible for a department or portfolio under the aforementioned sector and cluster. Commissioner, the essence of my submission, insofar as it pertains to the economic impact of unrest to the SMMEs, will be presented under the theme, and I quote, the impact of July 2021 unrest on small and medium enterprises and intervention measures taken by the department I'm responsible for. It is important, therefore, to remind ourselves throughout the workings of this Commission that the Commission is about the interest of all South Africans, including business community, who are entitled to the same constitutional protection under our constitutional and rule of law dispensation. The owners of the SMMEs and those who directly benefit from them through employment and who were directly or indirectly affected by the July 2021 unrest are watching closely with interest and desire the proceedings of this Commission, with the hope of not experiencing a repeat of hardships and suffering meted out to them by fellow countrymen in the near future or in their lifetime for that matter. To date, the following support has been provided to the affected small businesses of the two provinces in concern. 176 million rands was approved to support 173 affected businesses. These businesses supported about 1,510 jobs. Out of this 176 million, 57 million was provided to female-owned businesses, and that constitutes 33.3% of the total budget. For young people, the businesses that we supported, it was an amount of about 38 million, and that constitutes 21.8% of the entire budget. In relation to the provincial breakdown, Commissioner, we are focusing on Gauteng province, which got 73 million that was provided to 72 businesses, and in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, 99 million rands that was provided to 101 businesses. The total funding approved to date is 173 million to 173 small businesses. Our scheme closed on the 30th of September 2021 with 785 applications received, and they amount to the value of 657 million, and still processing applications subject to compliance with funding requirements and, of course, availability of funds. This takes into consideration that the department allocated 300 million towards this intervention. My submission and inputs to this Commission are an effort towards assisting the Commission in finding a lasting solution and inculcating a human rights, equality, and dignity culture amongst fellow South Africans. Further, and with your permission, Chair and members of this panel, allow me to highlight the following areas, which, in my view, will complete a picture of the plight faced by SMMEs in general and the extent to which how our department puts in place intervention measures. I will leave it to the Commission to draw parallels, if any, on whether or not some of these areas are relevant to the Commission's task under the current subject of inquiry. As a department, we take our cue from the coordinated response by government to the events of July 2021. Having noted what happened, how government has interpreted it, and the interventions deployed, we have further identified SMME sector-specific initiatives based on the lessons that we have learned. We do this in an endeavor to not only be reactive to the past, but better position this sector for the future. Some of the initiatives that we are currently conceptualizing or packaging and executing to benefit the SMME community are the following. We are setting up an Ombuds office for SMMEs, which will ensure timely interventions in instances where SMMEs are aggrieved, either by the state, private sector, and others in their daily dealings. Like the Office of the Public Protector, this will be a vital instrument in bringing about long overdue protection of these entities and in bringing about urgent redress. We are investigating modalities of ensuring that there is an insurance cover for the SMMEs. In this endeavor, we are engaging with various role players, including SASRIA, to get insights into this important area. Without this insurance cover, most government investments, including private funders and investment by SMMEs, would remain vulnerable, including their future sustainability at greater risk. We are further expediting the finalization of the SMMEs funding policy and the business development support measures that go alongside this policy. This will not just ensure monitoring of SMMEs, but also cogent support in their daily practices. The funding that we deploy would also not be short-term in nature, but rather would form part of a broader array of support measures to ensure sustainability, growth, and long-term job creation. As part of our support measures, we will ensure that the sector is protected, supported, and funded. In this regard, we talk about radical measures to ensure ecosystem linkages with businesses, with the export sector, better access to state procurement opportunities, setting aside of some goods and services for the small businesses, opening of some targeted sectors such as ICT, pharmaceuticals, energy, mining, agriculture, and others for the benefit of the small businesses. And accordingly, to a study by FinScope, the funding gap for SMMEs is sitting at 346 billion rands, which means we need to make sure that we mobilize more resources. In consolidating these initiatives, we further call upon the private sector to work with us in supporting and creating opportunities for small businesses through value chain linkages, and we further call upon government, especially municipalities and other regulatory bodies, to reconsider some of their regulations that impede the SMME sector through red tape and other such onerous regulations. Commissioner, I acknowledge that there's no panacea to magical remedy decades of deep-rooted differences which cannot be justifiably expressed through violent means, instead through dialogue and other democratic means which are clearly outlined in our great constitution. An everlasting solution to the recent and regrettable incidents depend on the existence of a working partnership and an ongoing joint cooperation between communities, civil society groups, and government. I thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm joined here on the hearing panel. I forgot to introduce my colleagues. Is Commissioner Pelile Ntuli on my left, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. So we together form this panel. I'm now going to give over to the evidence team to start putting questions to you, and it seems to me that it's going to be, starting this morning, will be Advocate Lloyd Lotz. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning and welcome to the Minister. Minister, am I audible on your side?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. I am with my brothers here as evidence leaders. There's 3 of us, and we will in turn be asking you questions based on your statement that you read, and also there may be other questions related to your department, and of course, in relation to the, excuse me, in relation to the issue at hand in as far as the hearing is concerned. Maybe as I begin, I noted that you did highlight that your focus really was on 3.4 of the terms of reference, which in turn is to look at the social, economic, spiritual, and political factors prevalent in the various areas or various affected areas and the extent to which these played a role. We note that, and we thank you for that clarification that you've given as per the focus. Perhaps as a way of beginning, and I want to come back to the economic issues, but as a way of beginning, could you just please just briefly explain to us the sort of setup of your department, and in your answer, if you could also just indicate as to whether you do have footprint within Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you for that question. And yes, the department does have footprint in most areas of our country. This finds expression through our agencies, namely CEDA and CIFA, as the department currently is a national department. Of course, we do work closely with the Department of Economic Development at provincial level and the Department of LED at local level. But through our agencies, we do have local footprint. Thank you so much.
And in as far as the agencies that you've just mentioned, you highlighted CEDA, and the other one was CEFA, I think you said. Is that correct, Minister?
Yes, it's CIFA.
For the benefit of everyone, could you just maybe, what does CEDA stand for?
CEDA stands for Small Enterprise Development Agency, and it's an agency that's under the department, as I said, which is responsible for non-financial support services towards the small businesses and the cooperatives that we have. That's correct. Also want me to help you with CIFA? CIFA is the Small Enterprise Financing Agency. It also falls under the department, previously owned by the Department of DTIC, but ever since the separation of the department from DTIC, then there's an agreement that we then take it over in terms of being a shareholder, and the legislative process is what is being handled currently. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that does give perspective as well. And of course, these, you did confirm that these agencies have footprint in both Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. Is that correct?
That's very correct.
focus on KZN for a second. Is there a further, or put differently, is either of the agencies or both agencies located in the capital city, or are they decentralized into different parts of the provinces? What is the setup, if you have that information? As footprints, I'm just trying to understand as to where exactly, if you know, where exactly is the reach, or how far is the reach of these agencies within the respective provinces?
Well, to start with, in KwaZulu-Natal, we also have branches in eThekwini and other municipalities. We have about 7 branches in KZN that belongs to SEDA, and we have 2 branches in KZN that belongs to SIFA, and of course 6 satellites in Gauteng province.
Okay, thank you very much. That's quite useful. And I did note that in the presentation, you specifically mentioned that through these 2 agencies, the department has been able to introduce the said interventions of uninsured affected businesses. And would that specifically be referring to the unrest, or was it just generally?
That specifically responds to the Unrest, Commissioner. And as we say, uninsured, because we knew that they were the ones that were going to be vulnerable, but we also did not abandon in the event that there are those that are insured but still waiting for their payouts. And this was done in collaboration with the Department of Trade, Industry and Cooperation, and of course with our local counterparts in the province and the locals. Probably, Commissioner, to also help you, as you ask about the footprint, when this unfortunate incident happened in our country, the department worked together with KwaZulu-Natal province to an extent that there was a war room that was established of the joint DFIs that were consolidating the support that needed to be provided to those that were affected. So the department does not come and throw a javelin, but it sits with the provincial government and local structures to say who has been affected. Of course, evidence towards that had to be provided, and then due applications had to be submitted, and the process had to be followed in line with the PFMA requirements.
Okay. Now, I did note that you also did highlight in your presentation or in your submission that there was quite a huge impact. And I think there's an estimation that you provided there in as far as the effect of the protests to the economy of both KZN and Gauteng. And I will not take you through the figures that you put there, but I think you would agree that the unprecedented nature of the protests has actually caused a great deal of harm, a great deal of damage, and a great deal of impact to the economy. You would agree, and because you did also put that in your statement, correct?
Correct.
At the beginning, when it started, we had heard testimony of affected communities, members of society, but we also heard from the chambers of both, or chambers of business of both Durban and Pietermaritzburg. And they painted a picture of great devastation and great impact, which of course you've also alluded to in your statement. However, one of the issues that has come up has been the assistance that has actually been given to the informal sector. Do you have any comment or reflection on how the informal sector, in particular, is being or has been assisted, or are there any plans to actually provide any form of assistance to the informal sector?
Yes, Commissioner. Definitely, as the department that's responsible for all those businesses, informal and formal, we really had to contribute towards their devastation. And the department has since, in this regard, provided 10 million rands to informal businesses of the affected areas.
And if you don't mind me asking, Minister, what sort of criteria was used to both allocate the 10 million rands for the informal sector, and also in terms of how the informal sector specifically would benefit? Sort of how was that framed? If you could just enlighten us, please.
Thank you so much for that question. Of course, as I said, as the department, we do not come to local and throw a javelin. We work with local structures that are there. Therefore, as we worked hand in hand with the local municipalities, they were the one that also helped us, because we needed to ensure that there's evidence that indeed one was trading, which also required at some extent that they go to the police station to report the incidents, of which that was a requirement that we later removed, because many people were traumatized and could not access the police stations. But the municipalities, as the local areas, therefore confirmed that indeed in this area, there were these hawkers, there were these people that were trading, and through that, based on the needs, which we kept the minimum, the maximum at 3,000 rand support, at 5,000 rand support that we gave. And that's what we did to say, we are assisting you. And that was on a grant-based, not on a loan base.
Grant, sorry, just if you could just enlighten us. Did you say it's 3,000 or is it 5,000? Which figure is it exactly?
Sorry, Commissioner, I missed that.
Grant that is being provided to the informal sector.
We provided.
Was the grant 5,000 rands or 3,000 rands?
My apologies for that error. The grant was 3,000 rands that we provided to the informal sector.
Was the allocation of 10 million rands exhausted, or are there still outstanding applications that are being processed?
Well, the 10 million rands is what we have provided up to date, and we continue to process the applications that were received. As I mentioned, that we received about 785 applications on the due date, which was in September. Therefore, CIFA continues working with the authorities to verify the information and check even for those that had submitted incomplete information. The figures that I'm providing to you now are figures of what has been disbursed currently.
Okay, and with the minister, I mean, if you don't have it now, you can indicate, but would it be possible for us to get a breakdown of what has been paid out to date in as far as demographics, location, etc., as perhaps giving us a sense as to where exactly those informal traders came from, and it may give us a bigger picture of how, because part of what we are looking at as well has been how the entire provinces of KZN and KwaZulu-Natal, KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng are actually impacted. So if there's such a grant system that has been created by the state, which, as you say, you have been making payments, this grant is specific to the informal sector, it may be useful for us to get a breakdown, if that report is available, so that we can get a bigger picture of where those particular informal traders were actually coming from. If that's possible, please, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you once more, Commissioner. Indeed, we will provide later the information that you are requesting, as we had only prepared for the formal businesses. Apologies for that.
Is there any sense, whilst we're still on the informal traders or sector, is there any sense from your side, given the data that you've been collecting, of the type of impact, maybe some anecdotes if you can share, in as far as what sort of impact have the traders been communicating? And secondly, have you been receiving any complaints or reports of the amount not being adequate to cover for the loss?
Thank you so much, Commissioner. One of the things that those that were affected complained about is the issue of the loss of stock and, of course, the vandalization of the infrastructure that they utilized. But of course, here we are looking at small businesses wherein the buildings and the other big needs were therefore handled by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. From our side, as I said, we joined hands with DTIC to say where they are responsible for infrastructure, and also taking into consideration that in most cases, people with buildings, they have an insurance. That's why we said, SASRIA, it's important that they come on board. That is why you have seen government through the National Treasury trying to beef up some financial support towards SASRIA so that they can provide or complement what has been provided to those that were affected. From our side, we're looking at the small businesses that mainly are looking at stock because they don't own buildings, majority of them, and those that have buildings, as I have said, they have their insurances. We have not had anyone who says the grant has been very little from the informal traders. We have not received that in our communication. But of course, as I said, looking at the informal settlement, it was grant specific. You will then have an appreciation of the fact that these are mainly the survivalist businesses that only want to make sure that there's availability of stock that they go and sell so that they can be able to maintain their families, provide food for their children, and therefore get the other support that they get, which is why I assume that 3,000 rands, they felt it's necessary to then help them come back to do business and they continue with their lives.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Minister. I'd really, as you've indicated, we will await that report so that it could, I think, be of assistance to us. I will stop right there and perhaps request my colleagues to step in, as they may have a few questions for you as well. Thank you.
Hello, Minister. Am I audible? It's Mr. Moraka speaking.
Mr. Moraka, you are highly audible.
I have a couple of questions about 4 or 5, save for if we might have a follow-up. The first one, Minister, we've noted your specific mandate with small business development, and I wanted to know from a ministerial position, is there any larger focus on, say, something like township economies, so creating a much larger economic base to allow businesses to thrive or to allow, new businesses to come into the sector? So a lot of focus is on the actual individual businesses. So if we can maybe speak larger to the economic implication of where businesses are situated.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maraga. And of course, yes, as you focus correctly, so very few people get it right in terms of the name of our department, which clearly defines the mandate that we have, developing small businesses. The department introduced the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program, which seeks to help businesses in those areas from an infrastructure point of view, but also in ensuring that they can be able to provide or to manufacture certain services. And this scheme, again, is one of the blended finance support that we provide, wherein the other component is grant-based and the other component is finance-based. And if you want me to take you through other criterion in terms of the scheme that we're running, we are availing resources for small-scale bakeries and confectionaries, the auto body repairers and mechanics support program, butchery support program, personal care support program, spaza shops, chisanyama and cooked food support program. We have a variety of schemes that go beyond the services that are looking at both growing the economy and also looking at the survivalist businesses, as I mentioned earlier. These are all schemes that are there on a continued base from the department. Some of them, they cap at 2 million rands for startups, and of course go to a maximum of 10 million or 15 million, depending on which scheme one qualifies for. This is to ensure that our small businesses or startups can grow to a level of being medium businesses, because we always omit or forget about the focus on medium, which is what we're also responsible for. So as we look at the interventions, we're starting from an ideation process to take you to a product-based level and therefore grow you, and we transfer you to Minister Patel, who's responsible for industrialists. And this is when we can say we have fulfilled the mandate of the department and also would strive towards reaching the goal as defined in the National Development Plan, that of transforming the economy, growing it, and creating 9 million jobs by 2030.
Thank you, Minister. And we heard also from the Minister of Social Development, who spoke about the high unemployment rate in the country, who also spoke she also spoke of the large skill base that is current, that people are trying all sorts of means to try and have businesses get off the ground and so forth. I wanted to speak maybe about the access to information and access to initiatives for assisting people in what sometimes is what you call red tape. So how people get registered as businesses, how they navigate issues of tax and being tax compliant in order to make them eligible for insurance and funding and so forth. What work is being done in that zone?
Thank you, Mr. Maraga. We have CEDA, that I said is the non-financial support agency that is responsible for business development. And therefore CEDA, as I said, is in different areas and working closely with the municipalities. As I said, at the municipal level, we are working with the local economic development branches, because we're looking at alignment both from local to national. All the efforts that we are driving are meant to ensure that we grow the economy or develop it. And therefore, having an appreciation of the challenges at local level, we have to work with the local municipality. There is a database that the department had established for those that are belonging to the sectors. If you go to our website, unfortunately for now, it's only on the website, because we're also appreciative of the era we are participating in, that things are going digital, and therefore our small businesses should not be left behind. And this is meant to enhance the efforts that we are driving in support towards the small businesses and cooperatives. As they do that, we are partnering with SARS in order to make sure that for compliance, SEDA can also help them. We have consultants that are accountants in most of the areas that help those that have registered and are coming to our offices to require support. SEDA then helps them with the business plans, and of course from there we then transfer them to go and apply for whatever skill. And the business plans that are developed are not only looking at the resources that we provide as the department, but they are looking at any other funding opportunity that exists, whether by government or in the private sector. So they come and knock into our offices through the local municipality, and then SEDA is there to help them. They take them through the process. But you are correct, Mr. Maraga, that there hasn't been much compliance by the small businesses, which is why we see most of them struggling in incidents like this, wherein they don't have insurances. That's why in my opening statement, I said we are exploring avenues to ensure that we help raise awareness and try to bring and engage different players that are involved in the insurance sector. Of course, we are responsible for small businesses. And I said earlier, the NDP tasks us to transform the economy, which means even in the insurance sector, we have to partner and make sure that those small businesses in the insurance sector, they are able to work with the small businesses in a manner that does not deprive any of the participants in the sector that we're talking about. And these are ongoing programs. As I said, what this has done is to really expose us to the realities that are not only faced by government, but realities that are faced by our people, including those that say we have funding to provide to small businesses, but the challenges in terms of red tapes are prohibiting all of these that the SMMEs can enjoy in order to help address the unemployment that you are saying Minister Zulu made reference to. The National Development Plan says in 2030 or by 2030, there should be 11 million jobs, and it says 9 million of those will come from the small business or the entrepreneurs that are there. That is why I said in my opening statement, we are trying to coordinate all efforts and appeal to all those that have access to funding to make sure that they contribute positively towards funding the entrepreneurs, not only for their sustainability, but also to help the economy grow by creating jobs. So we are continuing with all those efforts in order to respond to unemployment. If you listen to some of the programs that I outlined, when I spoke about the township and rural entrepreneurship program, I mentioned hair salons, I mentioned chisanyamas, I mentioned butcheries, and mainly those are the programs or the services that people drive at that level in order to escape unemployment, but be able to be active in the economy as we require them to do so. But as I said, we still need more funding, actually coordination of the funds that are available at our disposal to make sure that as government, we can consolidate, including the procurement spend that should not skip the small businesses, because if we do that, we are likely to see the repeat of what has happened. And as government, we are certain about one thing. What has happened in July is something that we do not want to ever experience again, not for us as government, but for the growth of South Africa, for the benefit of confidence by the investors that we need to plow in our country. But most importantly, to ensure that our people can live freely in their country and participate in the economic mainstream that they've started in, and no one is allowed to take that away from it. But to do that, we need constant engagements with all those that are affected. Thank you so much, Mr. Maraga.
Thank you, Minister. Just one last question on this issue of access and resources. One of the innovations and intervention the ministry is doing is to introduce what you call the on-board that will deal with grievances and that will deal with broader issues regarding insurance. Now, I won't press for specifics because you did mention it's still in its developmental stages and so forth. But I do have two questions. Could you maybe tell us what you envisage would be a typical challenge that would be brought by the businesses to the on-board? And in thinking about the on-board and access, do you imagine or do you envisage that it will sit in multiple provinces? Will it, how will access work in terms of like small businesses located spatially in different places across the landscape?
Maybe I'm not sure, but it does appear as I see on the screen. Just to remind you, Minister, that you are under oath and the questions are being put to you and you should just answer as best as you understand and know. Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Moroka.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. You are correct to remind me. I have the documents all over the place, so it's just the recollection of the documents, and I apologize if that therefore means that that's a breach of my oath. Indeed, I came here, as I indicated, to assist the Commission, and doing so because the Constitution mandates me to do so. And in coming to Mr. Moraga's question in relation to the ombuds, yes, one of the critical things that has been raised as a challenge by the small businesses is the issue of non-payment. Government has introduced a 30-day payment rule, but I'm sure you've seen also in the reports that not all departments still meet that. I'm only focusing on government for now, whilst we're also talking about the private sector, because the small businesses do not only trade with the state, but trade with all those that they have access to market to. That's one thing, because failure to pay SMMEs on time, it tells that now they'll be owing debt, not only to their employees, but they can restock their products and any other issues that they need the money for. So that's one of the critical things that I'm certain that will be faced with. The second one relates to the issue of certain bylaws by certain municipalities that are hell-bent in excluding small businesses in areas where there's market. And this we are trying to address through the amendments in the legislation, and we are also working with SALGA and respective municipalities. You may also observe that the department had then put a payment holiday on the permits, which is then to give a breather to those small businesses that whilst they're struggling to continue with business, they still have to pay these exorbitant amounts to the municipalities. Whilst we have an appreciation that the municipalities need this revenue, but we are saying let it not be at the detriment of small businesses wherein they can trade. So we are engaging continuously. Right now, after elections, as we know that we have new leadership, as the department, we have planned that we're going to have our roadshows engaged with all those that are affected, looking into the issue of the existing bylaws and the bylaws that they need to review and show them, because you're giving them an opportunity to look at the entire ecosystem that we are responsible for. That means hearing directly from the small businesses, whether they are formal or informal, but when they narrate their story and why it is difficult for them to even access funding, even though government would have said there's this money that we're availing. As I'm speaking to you now, I said we received so many applications. We are not done. There's a need for more money. But again, others are saying, government, you are saying you are assisting us, but there's lots of red tape measures that are in place, which is what I spoke to earlier to say, we are looking at reviewing the regulatory environment, including engaging with National Treasury on the procurement plan. Mr. Miraga, you will agree with me that if the procurement plan that we have says we need 3 codes and therefore we take the cheapest, therefore automatically you have excluded a small business that cannot buy in bulk and negotiate discounts. So we're saying let there be fair trade. Let us ensure that there are services or products that will be then set aside for small businesses, whilst we are helping our small businesses to make sure that they are compliant, because it is important that we enforce compliance, because these are state resources. It is not money that comes out of my pocket or the DG's pocket, but it is money that comes from the fiscus, and therefore we need to account all of us. That's one. The other issue that you spoke to is the issue of the representation in terms of the Office of the Ombuds. We will work, as I indicated earlier, through the same systems that in their local areas they'll be able to submit. And as I mentioned earlier, we are also in a process of digitizing the platforms that we have, so that we can give people access to those wherever they are, whilst we are mindful of the cost of communication in our country and also the digital divide that exists, which is why we have engaged our agencies to say, when necessary, they should therefore be able to assist those that will be struggling with those platforms. And in that, we believe would really try to reach out to everyone, utilizing the local people where they stay in order to make sure that their voice is heard. Thank you so much, Mr. Maraka.
Thank you, Minister. I think we've heard a lot about the Unboard and all the creative and diverse campaigns and initiatives, funding and plans for regulatory amendments and the use of local structures to reach people. I wanted to ask about perhaps, with big businesses, there's this concept of social. Minister, can you hear me? We can't see you, but there we go. Could you catch my sentences, Minister?
No, please, can you come through for us? I'm trying to get them to fix my camera, as you were saying you can't see me. So I have the guy that's operating the camera, unfortunately.
See you now. Should I just repeat my question? I was just giving a summation of the diverse initiatives and drives that the ministry is doing, the use of local structures, the plan for the Unboard and regulatory amendments that are underway. And I wanted to speak about this concept with big businesses they call social corporate responsibilities. Now, given the challenges that small and medium businesses face, notwithstanding those challenges rather, and I think you spoke to the fact that they create employment and are active in the economy, what other social, what do we imagine the small and medium business responsibilities are to the social issues around where they function? Now, they obviously face challenges as a business, but in terms of the environment where they run and operate their businesses, what are their responsibilities beyond, say, employment and being active participants in the economy?
Thank you so much once more. One of the critical social responsibilities that the small businesses have to really drive is that of ensuring there's access to the services they offer. I know you said besides them doing business or being active in the economy or creating, reducing unemployment or creating employment opportunities. But at the center of it is ensuring that there's quality service to the people of South Africa. Because if you experience a situation whereby an entrepreneur is or any other business provides services that are not of quality, it therefore means that you are really robbing the society of the good that they can get, as we have read in the media in terms of certain brands that were feeding people, whether it's noodles or other things, and then we get people who are sick. Therefore, it therefore forces us to say, as we conduct business, what are the ethics of conducting business? Because we are in a country or operating in an environment wherein everyone complains about the monopolization of certain sectors, and it is small businesses that should be very loyal and vigilant in terms of the anti-competitive behavior of the services that they provide. That's very critical to ensure that people do that. But the second element, of course, as I said, once they are formal, it means there's compliance issues. They should therefore shy away from being involved in corruption. There's this saying that says, our small businesses, for them to access whatever, whether it's business or their payment, when they've already rendered services, there are allegations that they have to then pay some bribe to certain officials. And therefore, we are saying, as people say, it takes two to tango, we're saying we really appeal to them to remain ethical in the business that they do, because when they do that, not only about the confidence of them doing business, but also it teaches some morality around those that are involved in business, that this has to be competitive. This has to make sure that it broadens the base and give access to other entrepreneurs, but also it means they must learn to collaborate with each other. Because as much as we understand that business is about competition, but we have seen the convergence of the services that require businesses to then work together. And where they don't work together, you discover that most of them fail. That's one of the things that we're saying as we're looking at them helping on building social cohesion through these ethics that they're conducting, to say, if you are Minister Ndabeni-Abrahams, now because I'm accessing a grant or whatever from your department, I must pay you 10%, you should know that's against the law. And if they speak out on those, therefore we're able to minimize the corrupt activities or tendencies that we find in the ecosystem that we're operating in, including smuggling of services or products that are not recognized in our country. Whether you go to the cement industry, whether you go to food industry, there's lots of these reports that we get. And all we are saying, if the entrepreneurs themselves are the ones that come up and say, this has been done or said by Minister Ndabeni-Abrahams to me, and I believe this is against the law, as it seeks to undermine the effort that I'm putting as a small business, and therefore it kills that entrepreneurial spirit, because people now want to believe that for you to enjoy any benefit or business, you've got to be connected to Minister Ndabeni-Abrahams or any other person that is in the position of authority. And that socially is very important, Mr. Moraga. The ethics that we should show and build in order to build normal, corrupt-free societies is also a responsibility embedded to the entrepreneurs. Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for that answer. I think it definitely broadens how we think about entrepreneurs and their place within our societies. And perhaps if I can copy and paste that question then to the ministry, you know, you've outlined a diverse and important function of small and medium businesses. But as we know, in a much larger scale, the success of businesses, and this perhaps is also related to the unrest, relies on functional democracies. And functional democracies relies on healthy socio-economic issues. You know, what we saw with the unrest, part of the casualties were businesses that were struggling. So it seems to me that there is a connection between the success of businesses and the kind of socio-economic context under which they must exist, and all of the stuff that you mentioned now. And this might be beyond the ministry's mandate, but I suspect that the ministry is thinking seriously about it. What interventions are we making at a ministerial level to intervene in socio-economic issues beyond the actual mandate of developing businesses? So what are we intervening at the level of the healthy democracy, alleviating poverty, and good socio-economic context before the businesses can be cultivated out of that? Is there any specific interventions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moraga, for that. As the cabinet, we had approved a model of working together that is called the district development model. And therefore, we believe that through enhancing that district development model, some of these issues can really be addressed. Of course, you are correct to say we also have a responsibility. It may not be a direct intervention by the department, but working hand in hand with other government departments and the private sector, we may be able to help deal with the socio-economic challenges that are faced by our people. You mentioned earlier the fact that probably one of the reasons or one of the things that we have seen during the unrest or that were exposed during the unrest was the fact that businesses probably were complaining. We do want to believe that, yes, poverty had something to do with it. But also, when we exclude people in the mainstream economy, they do feel like they're not equal citizens. And if you read our constitution, it gives us all these equal rights. And therefore, this is why we continue to engage with big businesses to say, if as big businesses, whether you're operating from Sentin, from whatever HQ or headquarters, when you come at local, even when it comes to an extent of getting cleaning services and you bring companies that do not even have a local representation in terms of shareholding, it becomes a problem. This is why we are advocating for that, to say this pie is big. All we can do is to continue to grow it. And when we grow it, it means everybody can have a share. The only way to do this is to have an appreciation that investors that come in South Africa and invest, they also have a responsibility to make sure that the locals are not left behind. This, of course, will be achieved through the regulatory environment, through engagements, but having an appreciation that whatever product that is brought in South Africa, at times, it does have to have a South African or African character, that people of this country can drive a Mercedes-Benz that is produced in the Eastern Cape proudly to say, I'm sitting in a car that has leather seats, and these leather seats were produced by one of the small businesses in our area. And that talks to the collaboration and appreciation of the capabilities that the locals have, because we can't continue to drive an artificial economy that excludes the locals. This is why government jumped to say there's a need for us to enhance the interventions that we've put in place, because clearly somewhere here and there are loopholes, and they require us to work together to make sure that those that want to increase their profits, they do so without excluding others in the economy that they participate in. If you go to KZN, for example, one of the very big or booming businesses and small businesses is the taxi industry. You look into the ecosystem or the value chain of the taxi industry, how many locals get to participate in that? And this is why through the support program that we are providing, we also have the SMME support plan that we are providing, the small enterprise manufacturing support program, wherein if we find locals that say we can make tires, we can do certain components that are part of the taxes, and therefore we're able to say we will help you grow, because we also have to ensure that there's co-creation of the economy that we are driving. And that happens when people are aware of the services that we're offering, not only as department, but also as government in its entirety. But also it happens when we are a government that understands the investor plans of those that are coming to our country, who must in turn have an appreciation of the country's priority, that as they come to invest, it's not about displacing South African capabilities, but to say the South African government is prioritizing A, B, C, D, and therefore this is how we're going to invest, and this is how we can work together and help them expand the pie by ensuring that they give our people access to work with them. Thank you so much, Mr. Muraga.
Thank you, Minister. I only have two questions left. And you mentioned, good terms like, government working in its entirety, and this cabinet structure that allows for collaborative and integrated, working with specific focuses on different mandates. So I'm sticking to the theme of the unrest. There has been complaints that private businesses or businesses in general, that their well-being have been prioritized over human impact, the death of people, police violence that were meted out against those that were called looters. And it's interesting because we heard from the Minister of Social Development, her focus obviously will be human impact, the vulnerable, she called them, and so forth. And then your ministry will be the focus on businesses and so forth. And so maybe you can help us resolve that tension in terms of the claim that businesses have been, or businesses' infrastructure, property has been prioritized over human impact. Do you think that's an accurate and fair analysis with respect to the unrest?
Thank you so much, Mr. Maraga. I will not respond to what Minister Zulu has said, but I will just highlight one thing, that when businesses fail, that also has human impact. Because whether people die of poverty, because they can't afford to have any means of food, that leads to corruption. And corruption, therefore, at times breeds deaths. But of course, you are looking at a very unfortunate situation, which is not something that I like to play politics around. To say lives were lost in KZN, that's a reality that we are faced with. But again, as lives were lost, we have a responsibility to balance both the lives and the livelihoods of the people. And when we introduce certain interventions, they are meant to protect both. Because if we are not looking at ensuring that our people are safe, it means then even those businesses will have no one to trade with, and therefore our economy will be affected very negatively. That's why even whether you talk about the unrest, whether you talk about COVID-19 interventions, we looked at both ways. How do we save lives? How do we save businesses so that we don't build roads that only donkeys can walk there because people are dead? Even in this incident, when we sat as government and said there's a need for us to intervene, the first thing that we said, people are going to continue to die if we do not provide intervention methods. That's why we called upon the big businesses to come on board, including the Department of Agriculture that was ensuring that the supply in the shops and everything, whilst we're looking at sustaining the small businesses that we are faced with. And all of that addresses the same person that we are talking about. So that's where I would just like to focus on. The balance between the lives and the livelihoods of our people and the interventions that we looked at it. Of course, it doesn't mean that there may be no loopholes in that process, as no one envisaged what could transpire on July that has happened. We are learning day by day, and of course, we react differently to certain situations. Thank you so much, Mr. Maraga.
Thank you, Minister. My last question, and once again, it's also linked to this model of cabinet that aims, I think, to stitch together the mandates and deliver an integrated response to issues that we're all concerned with. So I would assume that also, even if it's not direct, that the police ministry also implicates the protection of businesses and so forth. So in relation to that, one of our investigation, one of the themes of our terms of reference is spatial discrimination. So looking into, at least with reference to your mandate, how small businesses located elsewhere benefit from resources or excluded from that. Do you think, and maybe with the view of particularly police during the unrest, do you think that there was fair and proportional distribution of police resources in protecting all businesses? We heard from commissioners who testified to the fact that big malls were the concern in terms of protection and that small businesses were left to burn, basically. Do you think that's not his statement in particular, but the analysis that there was not a fair proportion as it relates to how we distribute resources between small and medium businesses and established big, huge companies, if you like?
Thank you so much for that question. Unfortunately, I haven't followed the deployment of the security officers to the respective areas. As I said, when the incident happened, everybody was in a panic mode. And therefore, if you're responsible for small businesses, the first thing to do was to ensure that you engage the industry players and caution the communities against the incidents that happened. I did not get to observe which one was covered and which one was not. But of course, raising an important key area as part of your terms of reference when you talk to the special racialization. One of the things that I spoke about earlier is that I had said there's a need for us to make sure that we deal with the red tape measures, which also deliberately try to exclude some people from certain areas that are critical drivers of the economy. I then mentioned the engagements that we are having with local government in order to make sure that payment fees in terms of the permits, including where they must operate, are not things that are used to exclude others. This therefore tries to look at the entire ecosystem to say small businesses must be given an opportunity to trade anywhere where other people can trade. It shouldn't be because you're a small business or because of whatever race, therefore you're not allowed to trade in a certain area. And I went to an extent of saying we are in a process of reviewing the legislation as much as we're engaging with local government to say it can be correct, it can be acceptable in our country that we think certain areas are reserved for some and others do not belong to those areas. Whilst I spoke of the artificial economy that we find ourselves in, we are trying by all means to make sure that at least in this new economy, the digital economy, our businesses are not left behind. That is why we have established digital platforms. We are in a process of establishing and improving them in order to make sure that our people can have access and therefore they can eradicate the challenges that they face between small businesses. Because the reason we still want to be stuck on the motion or notion that there's big business here is because we're still focusing on the traditional businesses. And the era that we are operating in is digital. Whilst I'm appreciative of the realities that we have as the country, but one of the key drivers that we are leading as the department is that making sure that our small businesses are not left behind in this new economy, let them be active participants, and therefore nobody will say we can't buy your honey because it doesn't find expression in Stella's supermarket. Wherever you are at, if you're innovative enough to produce, ours is to assist you, and you can utilize the digital platforms to market. And therefore, when we look into the issue of the security, we'll be talking about different forms of security. So we are looking at this hybrid model to say, indeed, July 2021 has exposed some realities, but there's other ways that we can introduce in order to protect the small businesses not to be victimized like they have been in their recent activities. Thank you so much, Mr. Maraga. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much, Minister. I want to respect my colleagues a lot, and you don't have to answer in a long form other than to just point if the capacity is there. Alongside this legislative development, is there room to create policy documents focusing on human rights and perhaps focusing also on those creative stuff about anti-competitive practices, the ethics that small to medium businesses must have? Do you think there's room to have policy documents on human rights and socio-economic responsibilities of small and medium businesses? Because I think it could serve as a good guide in terms of how they operate, you know, beyond the kind of legislative structures. Is there room for that?
Thank you so much once more. Yes, there is room for that we can consider that in the reviewals that we are making, because as I said earlier, there are no businesses without people. There are no businesses where there are inequalities. Businesses do not thrive. That's why I said we're looking at all the anti-competitive behaviors in order to make sure that our people can enjoy the equal rights in their own country. This we can do through, as I said, through engagements or a dialogue with all those that are affected, having an appreciation that both big and small businesses have to coexist because they serve the same person, whether you call the person a client, a consumer, or a voter, or whatever, if you are protecting from the human rights. But at the center of it is the ethics of this that we are doing that should make sure that it leads to social cohesion in the areas we are staying in or we're operating in. That becomes very critical. And yes, as I said, there's nothing that's stopping us from looking at all those. How do we make sure that we look into the ethics? Just like I said, we are trying to digitize the platforms, trying to digitize the services so that we can make sure that many people can have access to the services that we have. This is not something that is excluded from that, because then they should be able to talk to the challenges that they face in terms of discrimination as humans that are participating in business. Thank you so much, Mr. Mara.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your insights. And I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Buang Jones, and he will continue with questioning. Thank you.
Good day, Minister. At the time of the unrest, were you still the Minister of Small Business?
Thank you, Mr. Jones. As I stated in my opening statement, I joined this department in August when there was the reshuffle. In July, I was still Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Thank you.
Can you still recall if there was a cabinet meeting in July to discuss the unrest?
Yes, there were several cabinet meetings that discussed the unrest, as we had to make sure that proper interventions are provided that not only protect the buildings, but also protect the people that we lead.
And most of these meetings took place in July, correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Still the Minister of Communications at the time.
I was the Minister of Communications until August the 5th, and when the 6th of August came, when the President announced in the afternoon, then I ceased to be one. So yes, in July, I was still the Minister of Communications.
During the unrest, there were conflicting messages from members of cabinet on whether the unrest was an insurrection or not. Was this discussed at the cabinet level?
What exactly was discussed at the cabinet level?
Unrest was an insurrection or not?
Well, I doubt, or I don't recall that we went to that level. As you will recall, when the incident happened, others were in the portfolio committees. There were urgent meetings that had to be convened, and we looked at it to say this has happened. And as you are aware, it happened after the jailing or the taking to jail of the former president of our country. And we really try to apply our minds to everything that would be the root cause.
If this was not discussed at cabinet level, do you perhaps know why communication was centralized following contradictory messages by members of cabinet regarding the unrest?
Cabinet communication is always centralized. That's why cabinet has a spokesperson who's designated as the minister in the presidency. And in this regard, because I said people did not foresee what happened, therefore, as they're sitting here, this is what is happening. And July happened, the July incident happened. Nobody foresaw what happened. Therefore, as the minister responsible for communications in the time, the first thing I thought about was the radio stations, the towers, SABC, and anything that can be attacked, as we were not sure if this would lead to people that are trying to overthrow government or what. We had to look at all aspects. And of course, others will sit and wait and say, well, we have police that must go and make sure that they deal with the criminals. Others will say, we're waiting for whoever to inform us to come and act. Others in the hospitals will be saying there's a need to deploy many nurses or doctors because we see that people are being harmed. We approached it differently because we didn't anticipate it. This is why having sat together to say, these are the reports, what are our security agencies saying? How do we respond as the economic cluster? And the interventions that we came up with, because as I said, we really had to create a balance between the saving of the lives and that of the livelihoods. That's why I can't get into the specifics, as I said earlier, in terms of what transpired in the security agencies, because I was busy on the economic side. How do we ensure that there's communication in the country, people are not banning or cutting the lines that we have? That was the preoccupation, as everyone was in panic, trying to make sure that we really salvage the situation in order for South Africans to be able to continue with their normal lives.
Is the lack of synergy something that concerned you at the time when ministers were communicating different messages on the unrest in the country?
Yes, it concerned us. Not only me, majority of us expressed discomfort, which is why we said, let's take things back to normal. Let there be one communicator that is designated, and this instance, the cabinet spokesperson. It was because we were getting that it's mixed signals. And as I said, even having listened to those colleagues, because one is looking at his or her own area, and when the media comes, you are busy attending to another thing. You do not have time to say, let me go and consult the other. You have to provide a response. And that's how they reacted to the matter, which is why after we had centralized the communication, you did not see any of those.
Thank you, Minister. I'll move on to your current portfolio. Would you agree with me that extreme inequality of the nature found in South Africa has significant human rights impacts?
I fully agree with you on that. The NGO that I come from emphasizes the importance of equality, even from its founding documents. The Constitution of South Africa talks to that. And any other document, whether you go to the National Development Plan and everything, it talks us about being able to make sure that we create that equal society in the areas that we're operating in. And therefore, yes, that really undermines people's rights, which is why as government, day and night, we try to find strategies to ensure that we deal with it, including inviting the private sector that may have its own agenda, but to say, at least these are the basic policies and these are the values that we are driving. When you come to do trade with us, understand that we have this responsibility that we have to carry out and an obligation that must be fulfilled towards the people that we lead.
Thank you, Minister. Would you also agree that extreme inequality perpetuates poverty and social exclusion, which in turn could be a key driver for conflict and insecurity in the country?
I fully agree, as I said in one of the responses, that if people feel that they're excluded in the economy, they can do anything, which is why we appeal to everyone to say, because others did this, it does not mean it's the right thing. Hence, we talk of the impact that the uprisings had against the economy, the same economy that must service our people. And I said we're also enhancing efforts and interventions to make sure that we address where there were loopholes.
Thank you, Minister. Now that you agree with what I have said, would you also agree that addressing the inequality problem in South Africa requires government to take extreme measures to level the playing field?
I fully agree. Earlier on, I spoke of radical interventions that need to be introduced.
Does the idea of radical economic transformation resonate with you as the Minister for Small Business?
Yes, the idea of radical socio-economic transformation resonates so well with me as the minister responsible for a sector that must transform the economy. Therefore, I have no choice. It's not a personal matter only, but I also have an obligation to make sure that I fulfill that has been enshrined to me by the Constitution on the mandate of this department and the National Development Plan that is our Bible in this government.
Other than the relief funding provided to small businesses, what is it that your ministry has done to ensure that we protect small, medium-sized enterprises owned by South Africans?
I didn't get it. If you are saying outside the interventions that I've spoken to.
Yes, outside of the outside of the interventions, which included the relief funding by government, are there any other measures that you are considering as the minister to protect South African-owned small, medium-sized enterprises?
Thank you so much. Yes, there are interventions. Earlier on, I spoke about product designation that can only be done through the minister responsible for finance. And you are having engagements on that to say at least these products should be sourced from Black-owned small businesses. And this we do because I said we are looking at the current procurement plan that we have, that we do feel that in certain instances it's excluding the local products from participating or having access to the markets that we have. The program towards localization that is driven from DTIC and ourselves also seek to enhance those efforts to say we do have a manufacturing capability. Earlier in, I made an example of the Mercedes-Benz to just showcase that when there's a will and commitment from government, these things are doable. And therefore, we can't continue to drive a consumer-driven economy. We've got to co-create the economy. We've got to localize certain products. And the SMMEs cannot be made, therefore, to then compete with big businesses, which most of them have an added advantage from the countries they come from, incentives and everything that they get to enjoy. We have to build and focus on the local economic development, and that requires us protecting the products that are produced in South Africa, while doing appreciation of the global environment that we're participating in. So yes, we are continuing to engage with the Minister of Finance. We've asked all the provinces to send us the list of the products that are manufactured or found in their provinces in order for them to be included in the list of products that must be designated towards SMMEs.
Thank you. COVID-19 has exacerbated the challenges that are faced by this sector that you're responsible for. To what extent is government using procurement as a policy tool to ensure wealth distribution, taking into account the unrest and COVID-19? To what extent are you using procurement as government as a policy tool to advance the idea and notion of wealth redistribution?
Government has the 30% procurement rule that must go towards local businesses. But also, as I said, we are in a process of reviewing the procurement bill. I said earlier, as we do all of these interventions that we are providing, we have to comply with the PFMA. And therefore, anything outside that without the exemption from National Treasury will lead to other undesired results. And that's not something that we want for now. So we continue to engage to say in these areas, please let's make sure that there's a review and it should take into consideration that this wealth has to be shared amongst the people of this land. And we will, once the Minister of Finance has tabled, a cabinet statement will be issued and we will be able to speak openly as the department in terms of the specifics, because right now it's still in consultations and it's something that we are not yet privy to if it's approved or not, which is why we can't delve into the specifics here. Bear with us, please.
Thank you. Have you quantified the impact of the unrest as the minister in the economic cluster? Have you quantified the impact of the unrest on small businesses in the country? Do you perhaps have a figure?
Yes, we quantified. In my submission, we even went to an extent of giving the amounts. Of course, estimates on the information that we sourced from both the South African Property Owners Association and the Business Leadership South Africa. For example, if we're talking about stock, about 1.5 billion rands was lost. If we're talking about the damages towards properties and equipment, approximately 15 billion rands. And in terms of the businesses, 50,000 informal traders were impacted and 40,000 formal businesses were affected. If I go to the detail of looking at the jobs, according to the reports, again, the reference is made to approximately 150,000 that had been reported to be lost. And remember, these are jobs lost even though we had tried to save others, which means it's a very negative impact. If I were to then, on the categories in terms of the retail shops, that are there, about 800 of them, they were looted and lost, and 100 of that was completely banned. And this is the negative impact that we're talking about if we're looking at quantifying what we have seen as per the information that came to our disposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you also have the demographic profile of businesses that benefited from the government's relief funding?
Yes, we do have that information. In the annex charts that we have circulated, we've spoken to the number, the race, the gender, the geographical spread, but because of POPIA, we couldn't therefore issue the names to say Stella benefited. That information, if required, will have to be requested through appropriate measures.
The Premier of Gauteng testified that they have set aside 100 million through the Gauteng Propeller Fund to assist businesses that were affected by the unrest. Are you aware of this funding? Are you monitoring the disbursements of these funds to small businesses? And lastly, are you also aware that out of this 100 million, only 2 million has been disbursed thus far?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, I'm aware of the fund that was committed to by Gauteng government towards assisting small business. Unfortunately, for now, I do not have the records of how many have benefited to date. And from our side, we do have those records, as I mentioned. Earlier on, I said, these interventions that we are making, it's not interventions that we just made as just the national government. We said there's a need for us to be coordinated in order to also try to avoid or minimize the misuse of the state resources, wherein we find that other small businesses are double dipping, which is why the importance of the establishment of the war rooms was therefore taken to say, let's have these war rooms. We are working together. Therefore, we're able to look at who has gotten what, including those small businesses that had insurance that was paid to them. When we provided the support through other means, we provided support whilst they were still waiting for that insurance, and then when the payout comes, and therefore they had to refund the money. And this was done in order to make sure that government fund is properly coordinated, and indeed it reaches the intended beneficiaries. I'm aware again that the people have raised concerns of certain red tapes to access some of the funding, and we have tried to engage with those that are responsible at that level. In Gauteng, we are engaging with Amisitau, wherein we're trying to really find alignment in their provincial growth plan and our economic recovery plan as the country.
Thank you, Minister. Small business can play a central role in human, economic, and sustainable development in the country. Do you think the budget allocated to your department is enough to address the historical inequalities is it enough to assist in dismantling the apartheid nature of this economy?
Well, I indicated earlier that there's a need for more resources that must be put towards this work that we're doing. And yes, I agree with you that the budget that we have is just a drop in the ocean, which is why earlier again in my statement, I spoke to the coordination of all the funding mechanisms, especially from government that we have. Right now, you still have a non-coordinated approach wherein if you're talking about the incidents that we foresee, National Treasury then allocates 2 billion rands to DTIC, and then we take from our coffers 300 million. And I mentioned earlier that on the applications that we received, there were about 785, which amounted to 657 million that we do not have. Because from reprioritizing certain funds, we managed to get out 300 million. This is just an example of the challenges that we face. But as I said, we are continuing to engage with National Treasury. At the center of this is building the capability of both the department with its portfolio organizations to make sure that when these funds come, as President Ramaphosa has at least spoken to the Minister of Finance to say he would love to ensure that the small businesses, at least they get about 50 billion rands worth. And that's not money that can just come if the systems are not in place, if we're not able to utilize existing budgets accordingly. So now we're still cleaning up our house to make sure that we really look into the systems, we get to integrate the systems, looking into the entire ecosystem, so that when the money comes, we know that it looks into what you're talking about in terms of addressing not only the imbalances, but making sure that we really invest in our people to be able to manufacture or play a meaningful role in growing our economy. And that means we've got to temper with existing structures, something we're not going to be popular for, but unfortunately, as you read, and the National Development Plan dictates, that is something that we have to do. All of that requires resources, but not only financial resources. It requires us to review the legislations, the regulatory environment that we have. It requires us to make sure that we build capacity amongst the SMMEs in terms of the compliance, as they'll be accessing funding from government that comes with its rules. But of course, bearing in mind that small businesses can not operate in the same way in terms of certain issues, not in terms of the capability or the quality, but in certain instances, as I made mention, for example, about those that are in the retail. Others will buy more and therefore they'll get more discount because they really consuming large contents. And that is what we are saying we need to look at. Hence, we talk of product designation that must make sure that small businesses can therefore be able to compete with each other whilst they collaborate with big businesses.
Thank you, Minister. The 3,000 given to informal traders, do you perhaps, briefly, Minister, do you have the criteria that was used to, and is this 3,000 enough? Or are you looking at increasing it?
Well, as I responded to this question earlier, nobody has came to us to say that 3,000 is not enough. I take it that people were appreciative of the fact that it's an intervention that's being made so that they can go back to business. But also in terms of the criterion, as I explained, that different things were put in place. Of course, the first thing was to make sure that indeed you are a South African. And the second thing was to make sure that indeed you were in business. And I went to an extent of saying we had asked that they must bring case numbers from the police station, of which later we really had to review that, because we later learned that when the unrest happened, people just left and they couldn't come back to police offices. But because we are working with local government, they were therefore able, through their ward councillors and other stakeholders, they're able to say, indeed, Ustela was operating here, and then we were shown even those demolished areas. And through our local offices, we were therefore able to provide that grant. So that was the criterion that we looked at.
Thank you, Minister. Given the centrality of business in generating positive value for our people, our economy, and our communities, the Commission will be engaging with you going forward to assist in your policy efforts to transform the economy. Business and human rights is also our focus as the Commission, and thank you, Chairperson and the Minister.
Yes, no problem.
Yes, no, it's just a quick follow-up question because, yeah, Minister, I think when I posed or started asking questions, I had highlighted the fact that you had given your response, or rather your statement, with reference to 3.4, which I read out, 3.4 of the terms of reference. Now, having heard your answer from Mr. Jones regarding the 30% threshold, which is allocated by government generally towards government procurement, and I believe this cuts across all levels of government, including SOEs. And I'm also noting that there is this procurement bill, which you mentioned, which is going to be obviously looking at changing the manner in which procurement is done. In your view, especially in relation to SMMEs and those that are historically disadvantaged and so on, is 30% allocated to the advancement of historically disadvantaged individuals adequate? Because we know government is the biggest spender in terms of the procurement of goods and services across government and SOEs, running in tens and tens of billions of rands. Do you have a comment to that question, Minister? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Of course, as government, we had to start somewhere. And therefore, 30% is where we started, but it's not the destination. As I said, the National Development Plan forces us to transform the economy. Because even when you look at that 30%, which services are we spending on? Because people will go and say, we've spent 30% and they're only talking on the superficial business. So we are saying if we are to grow and transform the economy, we really have to invest in other sectors that will really help us not only fight for this meaningful 30% first, but to say 30% is not enough. It's not adequate. We fully agree with you, but we started somewhere. That's why also the focus is on product-based services, that it doesn't matter if it will be 100% of those that will be procured, but as long as they are procured from SMMEs. It can be correct that would say the small businesses that are expected to really create 9 million jobs by 2030, to say we are happy with 30%. If really that's the expectation, it tells you that there's more that needs to be done. Hence, I spoke of the entire ecosystem that we are looking at. Whilst we're looking at government spend, we're looking at the regulatory environment, but we're also looking at ensuring that we teach our people in terms of the compliance that they have to comply with, but also at the same time do away with the red tapes that then exclude our people from participating in certain things. And that product development, as we spoke about the localization on manufacturing, the other things are what are really going to help us shape and change how things are done. And once we're able to master that, there's no reason that government can say they do not have confidence in giving SMMEs 50%, because it is this government that has shown will that small businesses have really to be elevated and supported throughout the ecosystem. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair and panel. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Advocate Lords. Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. I just got about 3 questions. The first one is, maybe you have mentioned it, but the issue of spaza shops. And coupled with that, we've seen that within the townships, in particular with the spaza shops, there are a number of them being owned by non-nationals. And part of your criteria here is excludes non-nationals. Could you comment on that?
I'm not sure if you want me to comment on the fact that we have majority of spaza shops owned by non-nationals, or you want me to comment on the criteria that we introduced?
Criteria, Minister.
Well, the criteria looked at really helping South Africans to go back to business. And therefore, we hoped that anybody outside that would have had other measures to ensure that the business is not only protected, as they also did not foresee that that is coming. And as I said, DTIC also was providing support. So as we did not provide the site, others were able to go to DTIC, which had to look into certain areas that they needed to look at. But strictly from our side, it was only on those that are South African.
Non-nationals, Minister, in this country enjoy rights like South Africans, apart from voting and a few others, but they do have access to health, to education, etc. Why would they be excluded as a small informal business from and not be included in this criteria?
Well, if you look into the work that's being done by the Department of Home Affairs in relation to foreign-owned businesses, there is an issue that looks into the permits that per provision of the Immigration Act that they must adhere to. And those that are catered for are those that are investing a minimum of 5 million rands. And that's the Department of Home Affairs that's responsible for that. Now, when it comes to us, we're responsible for the criteria that I outlined earlier. I said this is a very, you can say three-legged, but it's not only the Department of Small Businesses that has a responsibility over this. Hence, I spoke about the coordination of all the government interventions, including private sector, towards the interventions that we're making for small businesses. So the spaza shops, as much as they belong to the Department of Small Businesses, but they're not exempted if they are owned by non-nationals, because there's Immigration Act that forces certain things that must be in place.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, you mentioned the 9 million jobs. Are we talking about in the informal sector, etc., around, whether it's a Chisanyama or whether it's salons or whatever? Are we talking about 9 million jobs that are existing, or are we saying that's the target? You also mentioned the 11 million jobs by the end of 2030, and I'll come to that. But just want to know, the 9 million jobs that you're talking about in the informal sector, is it already created, or are you going to add to that, or is that the target that your department has?
Well, the 9 million that I spoke about is what the National Development Plan dictates must happen. The National Development Plan says by 2030, at least 11 million jobs should be created. And out of those 9 million will be created through the SMMEs. And this is the target that I'm talking about, that when we call for more resources towards the small business development and the access to market, it means that we really have to enhance our efforts to make sure that indeed we do not fail the goals or the targets that are set in the National Development Plan. So that's a 2030 target as mandated by the National Development Plan. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Minister. My last question, just which you can comment to, because I don't expect you to answer it, but if you can comment on it. You've mentioned that the National Development Plan is government's Bible. Earlier you said it's government's Bible, you treat it as the Bible. So then the Bible requires obedience and dedication. And I assume that this plan also will require obedience and dedication. We've got 8 years left of the National Development Plan, because we said by 2030 or thereabout, we will achieve the following. Now, economists and analysts are saying that we are far behind in the 2030 deadline that we've set for this Bible. Now, I just want to hear your comment on it, Minister. Are there any plans or any attempts to fast-track, and particularly from your own side, because you have mentioned, Minister, that we've all heard throughout this hearing, is that unemployment, inequality, and poverty were a ripe minefield for anyone to instigate or to lure them into what we've seen in July. And so we've got 8 years left of this that we need to fulfill. So what are your comments on it, Minister? Thanks.
Firstly, let me explain that when the National Development Plan was drafted, none of us foresaw the emergence or the outbreak of the COVID-19 that has really delayed us in undertaking certain responsibilities, including the July unrest that we're talking about. But as much as I say that, there is commitment in government, which is why we said there's a need for the reviewal of the targets so that we are impactful and not only chase numbers. We don't want to be hit and run. We want to make sure that the sustainability on the jobs that we are creating. Hence, government came up with the economic reconstruction and recovery plan to say these are the key drivers of the economy, and therefore what are the support mechanisms that we must put in place. As I'm speaking to you, a report was released last week. I remember on the informal settlement, it was showing growth in terms of the jobs that were created through the informal businesses. And this is what we're talking about, that when we are able to collaborate with all stakeholders and coordinate our efforts, we're able to reach the target that we want to reach, including supersede some of them. There's many people that have spoken who then indicated that the picture is gloomy. You look at the IMF ratings, you look at them when they then foresaw that we're going to reach 2.6 percentages on the growth of the economy, and we surpassed those. These are all because of the coordinated efforts. And as you correctly say that, I made a mistake of saying the NDP is a government plan. It's a country plan. The country plan, but government, of course, builds from it, as though it was developed at government level, but that's a plan that enjoyed support of the majority of the South Africans in terms of the sectors, which is why we always emphasize as the ANC government that as government, we shouldn't even develop policies as if we were inward looking. The policies that we develop are policies that must look at the wider sector that we are leading, the private sector, our communities, and therefore government to achieve the socio-economic responsibilities that we have as government. So yes, we may not meet the target, but what I'm emphasizing now, learning from where we are, having an appreciation of the different economy that COVID has sprung us into, we have no time to waste. We were fast-tracked, if you want to put it like that, but if we deploy the resources where it matters and we collaborate with each other, we're able to reach the target. As I'm speaking to you, only 30% is contributed by government to GDP in terms of what we have through the state-owned agencies and the departments. 70% contribution towards the GDP is by the private sector, which means whatever that we want to do, we can't do it alone as government, but we can say we're leveraging on the state capability in order to enhance the efforts and create an enabling environment for investors and the private sector, not only to blossom, but to co-create with the locals that we have. That must be part of this economy that we're talking about. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Minister. That's all, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Just two quick ones from my side. The one is, of course, when the NDP came about, it was within the context of a certain unemployment situation at that point, and therefore we have the 9 and the 11 million targets. But now we had COVID-19 and also the unrest, and as we know, there's greater unemployment now. So, are those adjustments made within government, also within your department, in terms of, what the number really is that should be reached, and not necessarily only looking at the 9 million number in view of the greater unemployment? And the second one is there a role that your department plays in also making sure that we get more and more efficient small and medium businesses that do well into the tax net to enable us then to actually have more money for government in general, but also for your department to play its role? as a state? Thanks.
Thank you so much for that question. Earlier on, I mentioned that we're in a process of reviewing the NDP targets, which is a task that is led by the National Planning Commission in order to build from what COVID has sprung us into. But of course, as you correctly put, are we doing anything as this department? Yes, we are doing something. Government has taken a decision to develop sector master plans that must be responsive to the ecosystem that we really drive. And therefore, as this department, we're in a process of consulting on our draft master plan towards small business development. And that again looks into the approach that the NDP took to say, as I said, we need to understand the investor plans. We need to define our clear targets based on the priorities that we have set for ourselves. And therefore, we need to look at the capability or the capacity of the state that we have, including thereof building that capability amongst the key role players in the small business sector. That will in turn, therefore, influence that master plan to say this is how it must look like with practical or tangible outcomes that must say, if we are putting 2%, then the private sector comes and put 8%. How many jobs can we create, and which sectors are those? And what becomes our role as government that must ensure that the environment is enabled? That's one thing. The second question was on the tax issue that you talked about. We are engaging with the National Treasury and SARS and DTIC in terms of the incentives that need to be introduced. But as I'm saying, these are ongoing consultations because at times you find that there are interventions that are put there, but because of non-compliance by small businesses, they're not able to benefit on certain things. I'm sure you may have had lots of them complaining about not accessing UIF and other monies that at least were provided as reliefs. And now this is why we said it's important that we really pay attention to the non-business component, the non-financial component of the business that we are doing, to teach them to say, this is what is available, this is what is expected of you, and therefore bring all the critical stakeholders. SARS, you've got to understand that as much as we have an appreciation of the role that you play, but the rules of the game are not the same, because you can't want to make the tortoise to compete with the giraffe, and therefore how do we bridge that gap? The same way you do when you're saying you are addressing the imbalances of the past. You can't come and say everybody must compete here equally. We want the cheapest, knowing very well that others are coming from a disadvantaged environment. Hence, we talk of set asides and certain things. So we are looking at those various measures that must help us do away with the red tapes, because if you're looking at a small business, for example, that process of compliance is time consuming for them, whilst they must be chasing business. They must go to SARS and then end. Hence, we are saying we're really trying to work towards integrated systems, including verification of those that own the business in South Africa and what business, so that they can also pay taxes.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think that brings your testimony to an end. Thank you once again for cooperating with the Commission and assisting the Commission, as you pointed out earlier, in terms of the Constitution as required. We really appreciate your contribution, and I think it would help us a lot also in coming up with findings, directives, recommendations, and so forth. Highly appreciated.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you for affording us an opportunity. As I indicated in our submission, we've made available the annexures. If the Commission requires more information, we are available to provide. Thank you once more.
Thank you. So yes, on that point, if you know, what has been agreed can be provided, that would really be appreciated. So on this note, Minister, you may be excused and log off. Thank you so much once again. May I just quickly ask, before we rise until we return at, I think it's, 1 o'clock, we will be back for the testimony of Minister Cele.
10 to 1. Must be 10 to 1.
Yeah, if everyone can be here at about, let's say, 10 to 1, that would be appreciated. I just wanted to hear from the evidence team in terms of the 2 files of documents handed up yesterday. I just wanted to make sure again, those Advocate Lodge, that includes all the submissions that was made to the to the evidence team, including those that were also being dealt with as part of the oral submissions of witnesses. Is that correct? Just wanted to clarity on that.
That's correct,
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair. And just to also emphasize that the submissions were up to those that have been collated. In terms of the date, it's up to 26 November. That is last week Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we can just also then agree that that all the submissions, additional submissions promised by, witnesses or agreed that they would provide, that those would be made available to the panel as well as they become available from the ministries or departments, whatever it might be. Thank you very much. So we will then stand down now until 1 o'clock, but let's all be here at least at about 10 to 1. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone, and good afternoon and welcome here, Minister of Police, Minister Cele. We really appreciate your cooperation with the Commission as required by the Constitution, and you are also setting an example to all other public office bearers in this regard. Just two very brief announcements before we start. First, that we have decided to open up the window for submissions pertaining to the unrest to the Commission. So we're opening up that window of opportunity for submissions. We will allow, and the reason therefore is basically because of the immense public interest that we are receiving. So all the submissions that were received after the 26th of last month, November, will also be taken into account, and we will announce at a later date when the time for submissions will close. And secondly, that this is the last day of our hearing here in KwaZulu-Natal. The hearing will continue, but in Gauteng in February next year, 2022. So just those two announcements. Minister, I believe you want to make an opening statement. Let me just introduce the panel, the hearing panel. It is Commissioner Pilile Ntuli on my left-hand side, and Commissioner Chris Nissen on my right, and I am Andre Gaum. I'm chairing this particular hearing panel of the Commission. And we believe you want to make an opening statement, but before that, I have to administer the oath. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you prefer to affirm the truth of your evidence, Minister?
I'll take the oath, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience, Minister?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, so if you can just lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
I do.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead with your opening statement, Minister.
Well, thanks for this opportunity, and thanks for the understanding of the Commission that one would not be here on the initial day. I think that was last Monday, because I was together with the National Commissioner attending the Interpol General Assembly in Turkey. And unfortunately, coming back from there, one spent almost only 12 hours in the house in Pretoria, and we proceeded to Nigeria to be with the President on his first leg of his African trip. So one could not then be here on the day firstly prescribed, but thanks for the opportunity and understanding. I tried to write the letter to apologize for my non-availability, but also to support the process of our constitutional dispensation that we all respect and love. We knew that this constitution will not be good only out there, but it will come back to prick and check our consciences now and again. So is well understood. The matter at hand, unfortunately, I don't know if it were my right to hear other people speaking about the matter. I couldn't accept the clips since one was out of the country most of the time. But looking at the matters at hand, it must be said that while you would not exactly blame the structures, maybe one come later on that one, it cannot be true that we could not see that the dark clouds were gathering going forward. Maybe it is on that score that there was that famous visit that I undertook to Nkandla myself. They used to call it the tea visit. It was not just a tea visit. It was a visit initiated from myself and those that work with me. And I raised it with the president and with the DSG of the ANC to say, these dark clouds are gathering, especially after the court and all that. Having had a relationship with the former president that we worked together, not just here in the country, including in exile. Actually, he was my direct commander in many things, even when I was in the bush, when I was based in Maputo and all that. So we created some relationship. Let me go and explore if we can talk. So we did have, there was no tea per se, there was some water and some coke. We did talk. And coming back, and I reported to the president to say, I'm not sure if one has achieved anything. It does look like we will face some problems along the way. And it was not just a visit, it was just to trying to say, can something be done so that we don't reach that day that one pictured in the head. So that's why I'm saying dark clouds have been always gathering on this matter until the judge instructed the National Commissioner and the Minister to say if the president, the former president, Zuma, does not submit himself, so the responsibility will be on the National Minister of Police and the National Commissioner. There was a joke to say the cell is ready. If it is not occupied by Zuma, it will be occupied by cell. So that was clear. And I was not prepared to occupy the cell. So with a hope to say Msholozi will see to it and finally will all follow the judgment and the instructions from the judge. And indeed it came, I think that was the 4th, where there was some form of a rally at the gate of the house or homestead of Msholozi. And then there I wanted to go close and at least to be at a show. I was warned, not by the government structures, that please don't come close to there. Somebody gave me the information that there were about 70 people who were armed there, who were going to be mixed with the crowd, and they might be dangerous.
Ngqongqoshe, can you repeat that number, please?
About 70.
70.
Yes, 70.
Thank you.
People that were armed there. So I operated from home, and then fortunately, Provincial Commissioner managed to go there. He was on the ground, personally there, and we were talking almost every time about the development of matters there. One person that I was talking to on the developments was the president himself, and the DSG, Mayor JC. Sometimes I did speak to the chair of the ANC, both as chair and the minister. One needed a lot of counseling around the matter because it was getting dangerous. The statements that were coming from the podium there were on the threatening side. At one stage, there were long convoy of cars that were driven, I think, most of them from Durban, going there. We spoke with the provincial commissioner who was on the ground. What do we do? Do we stop them or they go? no. We tried to stop them because there were many people already around the house there. And the increase of the figures might have given us extra problem there. And we tried. There were few POP people, and there were also a group of people that were coming from Mpumalanga province. And we realized that it might cause some trouble. So do we insist or we let go? Again, one got the counseling from the president to say any form, any point that can cause a direct conflict, avoid it without breaking the law. And indeed, we agreed with the provincial commissioner that let go. Everybody went. At a certain given point, there was some shooting. And people display firearms. It's quite big, some of them. One guy, I think he was picked up by the police at a later stage when you got the information that who he was displaying the guns. So the information I had then was confirmed that there were armed people around there who could cause some trouble because we did get the information that they wanted blood. Now, that blood would have been what kind of it? Because there were women and children, and those people were mingling with those people. So it could be a blood for those children, a blood for those women. So the best thing was to take 2 steps back on it, and of which it did happen. There was that mini rally, people on the truck, there were speakers, and people dispersed, and the rain came. Okay, fine. But that was the beginning of the real fear, come the 7th. If this podium has this language today, I wonder what it will happen, 7th. There was interpretation. Where does the 7th end? When does the 7th end? Is it 12 midnight or 12 midday? So if you don't do it, you might go in there. There is an episode that happened there. We tried to apply, because there was that application of pushing back the day when I think the legal team of Msholozi was granted a permission to re-examine their decision. So we also requested to be given the space until there is a final cap. And we were clobbered and say, you go and do your work. Don't come and follow things here. So we knew that the 7th is coming and is a D-Day. Well, one had to come down Durban to make sure that we operated from one center with all the role players that were supposed. For that 7th, I invited the National Commissioner to say, let's go down and be together on these matters. It will give us better wisdom, give us better decisions that we are in one center. For some reason, he did not avail himself to come to be here, which we believe Durban was closer to the venue rather than Pretoria. So we did come, and we opened that operation center at 17th floor, which happens to be the headquarters of the South African Police Service in KZN. There's a good big ballroom there. So, but we chose the small one. We're not too many of us. It would have been provincial commissioner, the policing deputy national commissioner, Masimula, I think the spokesperson, Vish, my spokesperson, Lorenzo, myself. I think we were 6 or 7. So we sat there from the morning. We had a little bit of brief meeting a day before where the head of Special Forces, General Zulu, was sent to come and help KZN on those matters. And indeed, she did, because she was dispensed to Nkandla, and she spent a lot of time inside the homestead negotiating and direct with the provincial commissioner. I was getting briefings because I was there. So it was okay for provincial commissioner to deal with the command of Major General Zulu on the matter while he was there dealing with the matters from inside, sometimes inside, because I was speaking to the former president herself there, trying to minimize whatever confrontation that could have existed, because he did not manage to go himself or surrender himself to go to the correctional service. By 2, we received good news, by 2 or 3, that he has agreed that he will walk to a correctional service, which really gave a lot of relief to say you might not have to enforce things. You remember that that's constitutional for the police, that you don't just look at the law. It's not our job as the police to make the law. Our job is to enforce the law. But the Constitution does instruct that you uphold it, but the Constitution also says that you save lives. As you combat, as you protect, you also save lives and all that. So if there is a way of achieving one thing without a hard hammer of achieving, we work on it. I think we were working on that one. So comes 2, he will go. I would now and again, on that day, speak to the commissioner to say, where are we? Because I also knew that there was a talk between him and the general that was at Nkandla, which is something that one wanted to avoid, to have several commanding points. It's always good when we have one command. Don't ask me where I got that. And so, but I understand that one command is always the best. But nonetheless, we'll keep touching base with him. 3, 4, 5 is going, 6 is going, 7 is going. By that time, we were ready as the police with a group that was going to execute the movement of former president from Nkandla to correctional service, wherever that would have been. And that team was based at Showe. Not very close, so that you avoid the confrontation, the provocation, if it needs be, was based there. And there were not too many people around the homestead on that particular day, as they would on Sunday when there was rally. And people have not asked. That did not happen because people maybe they did not want to go there. It happened because of the work the police did in terms of protecting the routes and all that, reducing that number so that there is a less risk. So that most people, they think that people, they stayed away home. No, police did the work on that particular day. But come 7, at about 6, I received a very unusual call of a person I know, but we have not been speaking for a very long time.
Ngqongqoshe, I'm going to pause you again. Please assist us with the timelines and the dates. The last time you mentioned a date was the 7th. You also mentioned then the head of the special forces, and from then on, we are not clear on the date.
It's the same day.
The same day, the
Yeah.
7th.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
this is the 7th. So, around about 6, I received this awkward call coming from somebody called Mzobe, Tipo Mzobe. Somebody I know very well, and is closely related to the former president. He says, my daughter, let's do something so that there is no confrontation. And I was very happy with that call because I know how close they are. What do you think should be done? He said, no, let's talk. I'll go to him. I'll urge him that he moves and all that so that we don't have any confrontation. So it cannot then be true that it's only the police and General Zulu that worked on the matter of movement of Umsholozi to correctional service. There were other people. So Mzobe is one of those people. I received the call from Vashu County, saying that he thinks he can make a contribution. And I said, anybody who makes a contribution of a less confrontation, jump on it. So I remember it was late on the day. We had to try to get the helicopter for him to be there. He didn't until he drove. So those were extra efforts. And we found another name of a person that we knew was close to Msholozi, one of the Kaba brothers. So we wanted everybody and anybody who could have an influence to be part of this operation. So they spoke, we get, and we're happy that there was this progress going forward. Then 7, 8. Remember, it was about 2 when we received the information to say he's going to move. Now it's 8, 9. Becoming to be vegetarian. And I say to my boss, hey, I was hopeful. My hope is diminishing, boss. It looks like we'll have to finally do it the hammer way. Dipo said have spoken, yes, Msholozi is fine and all that. But I phoned him later, 8, 9, to say, but it's not happening. He said, well, I don't know. Maybe many of us, we talk to him. So we talk this, agrees, and others, they talk to him this. So I said, go back to him. And he said, hey, I'm tired. I'm just getting out of COVID. I said, get out of the room, not only the COVID. Go back and talk and see if we can't find the way. And that's what I said to Mandla. 10, 11, I phoned the Commander-in-Chief. I said, Commander-in-Chief, I'm sorry. Commander-in-Chief, we'll have to move. That time, the police have moved. They were 5 Ks away from house. Commander-in-Chief said, what time are you supposed to stop? I said, 12. So the president said, you have a lot of time, and I still have a lot of time. Do you work on that hour? He said, no, but I started at 2 yes, hour is long, work on it. And we worked on the hour. 20 past 11, I think, he left the house. I'm telling you, if I was a person taking things, I would have taken a lot of things. So I just asked myself, why can't I take the things today? I couldn't. We sat there in that operation room until the cars reached the correctional service. MJ is escort. I said to everybody, now we can go and rest. I got in bed exactly 20 to 4 a.m. on the day. Exactly 20 to 4. Then comes the real typhoon. I said to the Provincial Commissioner, I want to go to Eshowe and thank the group of the police that were there. Now, this is the 8th, but I went there on the 9th. So I went there to thank those police and demobilize them, because some of them are from different provinces and all that. As we drove in the morning to go and address them, we find a problem, and the John Ross Road, that's between Pangeni and Richards Bay. That road is blocked. There are about 5-7 trucks there. Some people have come and stopped those trucks in the middle of the road and took the keys with them. And I was told that already 11 people were arrested at the time. Then one realized that maybe it's not correct to say these police must go back where they come from. We might need them. What I didn't say, in the middle of all that, we received the message that we have lost one of the Deputy National Commissioner. And the spokesperson for the National Commissioner, Vish, said, look, I was there. I've been with him. Now, the protocol is very easy. So we stayed with him the whole day. We had to find the way of isolating him. So this is coming, and this isolating is coming. Now, he went for checkup, and he was confirmed. Then there is no way now of not isolating. As we isolate, these things are happening. This is the 9th, when these trucks are blocking there, which is a story that is telling us that we're going for a west time. So I ran back on the 9th to be home in Pretoria, get isolated with my family, so that I can get tea rather than getting isolated alone here. So indeed confirmed he's positive. So now we must get isolated. So Mkwanazi gave me the report that things are beginning to be hot. That will be your Kwatuguza, but N3 has been a problematic for a very long time. Those trucks were banned around that plaza in Moyo River. I remember one journalist saying, I don't see you going to Moyo River toll gate. I did not say I'm in isolation, because that would have given some people the idea that one is out of the circulation for a very long time. That time, things were really getting worse. Not only in KZN, they were starting now in Gauteng. The main thing in Gauteng started in Alex. Unfortunately, the Gauteng commissioner is not on his post. He's an acting commissioner, Mtombeni, who's a deputy. Now, I speak to Mtombeni every time. What's it? He said, look, things are tough. There are malls that are inside the township, and there is a mall that, as you enter the township of Alex, which was defended, that mall, by the police. So I will come to this thing that police didn't do anything. It's not very correct. That was defended by the police. One police was shot and went to hospital there. One constable was shot from the crowd. So, which means there were people that were armed within the crowd. And for the police, if you are shot, there is one language you do. You return the fire. But this person is shooting from the crowd. So police again had to retreat on that.
Ngqongqoshe, please help us with the sequence. So we are on the 9th.
Now, 9th, I've flown back to Pretoria now.
Yes.
You will pardon me too about the dates per se, but this would be the somewhere 11th, this Alexandra in Gauteng will be 10th, 11th.
Okay.
So I've moved out of KZN. I'm in isolation now, without saying that I'm in isolation.
So we'll just ask you to take maybe 1 or 2 steps back when the crowd gathers at the mall, because now we are at the police getting shot, but we don't have a clear sense of when the crowd gathered, who is gathering, and
Yes.
yes.
That is a mall you find in the entrance. There are 2 malls, right in Township, and then the one that as you enter Township of Alex. So I'm in constant contact with Mtombeni. But also, I'm monitoring it from house in Pretoria. Almost from 6 o'clock in the morning, I will phone provincial commissioners and MECs to find the situation of different provinces. Yes, there are 2 provinces that are giving us clear problem. But I think there is 1 province that I never phoned at the time, was Northern Cape. But all other provinces, I would phone every morning. Mpumalanga was getting jittery, was becoming a little bit bad in Mpumalanga. And I would speak more with the provincial MEC there, Vushongwe, to say what is happening. He would say, yes, there are trucks that are trying, there are people that are trying. Said, you know, KZN and Gauteng are heavy on them. Try to do anything so that those things don't escalate. So I must tell you, people really worked. On the 7th of July, something big again happened. The taxi violence that engulfed the Western Cape. Somewhere one weekend there, 23 people in that week were killed in Western Cape in the taxi violence. And Minister Mbalule was calling for assistance. Please, Minister Police, help me on this matter. And there were other people that were involved, General Olomisa, Vavi, and the leadership of Western Cape, they were working. So I think on the 25th, because the problem was not disappearing, the roads were closed, the MEC closed the roads and all that, but the call of the assistance of, for instance, if you close the roads and the ranks, you need the South African police to enforce that closure. So fortunately, 3 ministers had to go there, and myself. So what I'm saying, that what not just only this, there were other problems that we still had to work on them. But fortunately, I think by grace of God, other provinces did not erupt. I just wonder what it would have happened if all provinces erupted simultaneously. The 5th day, as you know, Chairperson, that the protocol says you stay 10 days. The 5th day, I requested a test. And I was tested and I was found negative. I said, well, if anybody says I brought protocol, I'll go with certificate that I was negative. And then I started at Alex that afternoon, and I saw the hell of a destruction. A hell of a destruction in Alex. Hell of it. Journalists were asking me where you have been. Usually we see you. And I tried to explain that I was in isolation. I said, Suga, these things were serious. I said, but it's a serious protocol, because if I go and somebody says the minister is breaking COVID protocols, even that will have been a big issue. But I had certificate now, so I went there. I addressed, for the first time, I addressed the community. There was community around there. I addressed them to say...
the date, Minister?
The date will be the 12th. Will be the 12th. I addressed the community there, and they listened, I hope. and then I went, I spoke to Mtombeni, and I went home, and I said, I would love to go Pretoria the following day. And the following day, that would be 13th. I'm not putting authority on these dates. The 13th, I visited Pretoria, because while Soweto now was burning, Alex was burning Johannesburg, and your Egruleni, your East Rand, Tshwane was not there. So the element of prevention had to kick in, that those places that are safer, we must enhance the safety of them. So I went to Mamelodi Mall, they call it Mams Mall. As I entered there, it was destroyed at 15 to 25%. And then we spoke to the management. They briefed us that the private security, community members, and the police, they worked together on that matter. There was a lot of media. They asked me a question. They left, and I left. I left to Tshwane Mall. This is Mams Mall, and then I went to Tshwane Mall. Tshwane Mall, there was not a scratch of a window. Not a scratch of a window. Interestingly, not a single journalist. Where there were scratches of window and things broken, that made news. Interestingly, not a single journalist where there was not scratch of a window. Again, the management was very thankful to the police, to the community. It has been always this element of community and the police and private security. From there, we went to Ford, a Ford plant around there, which also we were told that at a certain given point was under threat, and then we met the management and they said, no, they are fine. The community said, not on our name. And then I went to Ashretville in Nkomo Village Mall. Nkomo Village Mall, there were about 100 shops in that mall. There were one or two that were attacked. But the solidarity that I found there, mostly the youth, I forget, I think they're called brothers, those young people, they're called brothers. Their solidarity, the solidarity of private security, community, and the police again, protected. They said, no, not in our name, not here. So there were these good stories, but because there was nobody to tell these good stories, I'm saying to you, I went to 4 places, only one place that received the report, which was bad. All other good stories did not find their way. From there, I had to fly back then here. Then I came back to KZN. One of the days, I can't remember which one, that will be somewhere the 10th or 11th. What I saw, I think my wife stood up and came to me and said, I can see that you are devastated. Be strong. The destruction that was caused at Nandi Drive Road. When I saw those thousands of people taking everything, cleaning those warehouses at Nandi Drive, showing them on TV live. It's when I said, no, I must go back to the province and you see what we can do. And we did. We did come back. My head will be mixed on this thing now. The sequence of the soldiers coming back, the police. There was a request earlier on when we requested that those police from Ishowe should not be sent back to their provinces, but increase the numbers. But we also made the point that don't take anybody from Gauteng, but other provinces try to get people. I would not give exact numbers because that was really operational and commissioner would know on those numbers as the provincial commissioner. Came back, somebody phones me in the middle to say they don't have rubber bullets. I say, that's so? Yes. So I asked him, Tombeni said, no, we're fetching them from Pretoria. I think it's one thing that I raised with the commissioner, but commissioner people, they say they don't have rubber bullets. It says, no, we'll be sending them one aeroplane of the police, I think that was PC-12, if I'm not mistaken, that took those to KZN. I'm told, I wasn't there, that Ishowe, there were police there, but they had live ammunition. So these things were banned in front of them because it was either them using live ammunition. And remember, South African Police Service members, the Marikana issue is still vivid in their mind. All of them is vivid in their mind. Remember, there are still members of the South African Police Service who are still in court about Marikana. So police will now and again remember that situation. Remember, I said, Constitution says you also save lives. Now, that was that. Then this was brought here. So one came here, I think that will be the 13th, 14th, to be semi-permanently based here. But things have really happened by the time we came back here to be based with especially 3 ministers. That will be Defense, Minister of State Security, and the Minister of Police. We work together with the Provincial Commissioner, we work together with the Premier. Then the request, can't remember the date, came from the Provincial Commissioner of this paternal leave that is going to go. I tried to persuade him, and he said, I've tried to persuade my wife. Fortunately, the wife is also a member of the South African Police Service, would understand these things. But he came back to say, looks like the situation is not getting better. Looks like I will have to go. Look, I'm not going to say to the men, you don't go and save your wife and your child. But a person that finally gives the permission is a commissioner. So if you ask me, I was there, I was with him. We were personal. So I felt it, that he was making that request of going to see the wife and the resisting that he went to see the wife giving birth. No. I think it was more than that. He said, my wife is alone and is giving birth. What I need to do is to go and take her to my mother-in-law so that is with somebody. So it made a lot of sense to me, who was personally listening that thing there. So if you say just paternal, as if one to see a young baby, it's different if you spoke to him. So he left go. But he left a lady, the province, in a capable hands, General Makoba, a young lady that is his deputy, who ran the matters. I spoke to her almost every day. In one meeting, pardon me, Chair and Mr. I can't have proper sequence of these things because, hey, one was literally a headless chicken running on these matters. In one meeting, there was a little bit of a clash or ridicule of a certain colonel, I think was Nyalunga, who was a colonel working with the general. The issue here was that he could not take decision on the ground. Somebody to take decision here and now was needed at the level of general.
Dosi, ngizocela futhi for you to help us with the sequencing. You've told us of General Mkhwanazi having to go to be with his wife who gave birth, and now you are going back to Colonel Nyalunga. can you maybe, even though you don't remember the dates, just help us with the sequencing so that we understand if this happened before or after General Nkwaнаzi
I think
left?
General Nkwanas was still there with that meeting of Nyalunga, the Premier of the province, and the 3 ministers. Nkwanas was still there on that one. But the Premier was chairing the meeting. And I remember the laughter, the laughter when Colonel Nyalunga was given an opportunity to tell, no, the ministers came the next day. There were not other 2 ministers in that meeting. For Nyalunga to tell his area of jurisdiction. He said the south was from Durban to Mthatha. And people, they just love to say, but there is no issue about Mthatha. Tell where you are operating here. And there was that to say maybe it does need the area of a little bit of senior people than the colonel. And remember, is a general on the other side, the police. So the rest of the ministers came the next day. And then in that meeting, General Nkwaнаzi, PC, requested to address the ministers and the senior management there. And they requested that other people, they go out. And indeed, that permission was granted. From my side, I must say, I didn't detect anything untoward from the PC, I must say. PC was straight and had facts and glued to his facts. Sometimes the things that you understand, you share with him. One major thing that he raised was that as the police, we have an equipment that we bought, that equipment, to be used by the crime intelligence. But that equipment, you can't use it because there are protocols, there are laws. One of those laws says, if crime intelligence of the police buy the equipment, especially the interception equipment, the Minister of Police must request the Minister of Justice to grant the permission for those things to be utilized. Okay? Which I think is correct, because police can be naughty sometimes and use those things the way that they're not supposed. But the Minister of Justice will have to speak to the Minister of State Security and the Minister of Defense. After that, the Minister of Justice will have to speak to the Minister of Communication. Now, the people that want to use it are the police. So we believe, I have requested those people that work around me below, if we can't find a way of aligning this and make it shorter, don't allow police that they can do without check and balances. But they should not be that difficult to make things to happen. That equipment that Nkwaнаzi raised about is there, is bought. I'm told, I thought it was 102 million. It's 112 million. It's bought, is there. But these processes, I think I have requested the Minister of Justice twice that we release that equipment so that it can enhance the better working of the police. So it's there. So Nkwaнаzi raised those things to say this is one sector, cluster that has been reduced when it comes to finances. Police, from 2016 up to this day, they have been reduced about 36 billion rands. 36 billion rands. So it's true, he raised those things in the context of maybe not doing the work properly on that particular day. The day before, I drove at night to Phoenix. That will be around the 12th. Because Phoenix was burning. Many bad things were happening in Phoenix. The story was coming. So I went there. I had a meeting with the leadership of Phoenix. I found that there was leadership of surrounding areas. That used Zwelisha. There was no Pambai, there was Zwelisha and a place called Ward 53, Emmawood. So there were 3 places that finally became the main victims around that Phoenix as a crime scene. So I went there, and we agreed that I'll go and address the meeting of Pambai and surrounding areas the following day. The media came to me, the issue of racism was already there. But I was not convinced. I was not convinced that this was pure racism. Hence my first statement, I said, this is criminality that has taken the posture of racism. On the first interview I did that police station that night. So I was going to go and address the people. I can't remember when the president came, but I received the call to say president is coming here. I requested the president to say, can he go with the provincial commissioner to these places to look at the problem, Yomashu, Yomlazi, that area where there is this big shop. And the president insisted that he would want to go with me. And then I requested to postpone the meeting of these communities. And indeed, I went to meet these communities the next day. And these communities, they rejected me. They said to me, you go back, you start by eating curry in the Phoenix, and then you come late here. You go back and eat curry. I said, okay, I do eat curry, but I cook it. And then they say, it's a community that I've worked very closely for a very long time. And then they were cool and all that. And I'm telling you, I started with about 100 people in the meeting. All of a sudden, we have completely surrounded the whole community of Pambai, attended that meeting, angry. You can see that people are angry. There is a member of parliament, I'm not going to tell the name, that was part of that delegation. And in the meeting, as I turned around trying to find him, he was gone. He was gone. So I'm told, was advised by his security to say, hey, things are burning, asam. Then
The date again, Minister?
Hmm. 13, eh? Yeah, let me put 13. And then I had 4 meetings on that day. I started at Pambai. Then the question of racism was cleared to me. I said, why is criminality, but racism is a lot of it here. As we were briefed, even at the police station there, we were told that between 15 and 20 people have died. Between 15 and 20 people have died. But Pambai, Mawoti, and Zwelisha, they said, no, that number is wrong. There are many people that have disappeared here. There are many people that have disappeared. 1, 2, we can't go in Phoenix and try to find them because ourselves will be killed. Secondly, we can't go to Moshuar to identify those people that have died in Phoenix. We are blocked, and the people of Phoenix of the Indian origin are threatening to kill whoever comes to Phoenix. Then I listened to this one young girl explaining at Pambai what happened to her. She says, I went to find the medication for the grandmother of my child. And I was stopped. I was on the highway. I was stopped, taken out of the car, and put near a river stream. And there was a discussion on me, how do I get killed? And they burned the car. They burned her car after that discussion. How do I get killed? As I was there were cars that were passing driven by ladies, but happened to be Indian ladies, and they were not stopped. So it became clearer that the criteria of stopping the car was that it was driven by an African. So it took that racism matter there. As I'm saying that we had to get these stories from these people who were victims, that the criteria became who drives the car. Then after Pambai, I went to Mawot. And there was one gentleman who was really injured and had a key. He said, this is a key of my car that was bent. I was chased and I ran and it was bent. Because I was frequently driving to police station, to Mawot, to Phoenix. There were really shells of the cars that were burned. And there were still these roadblocks here that were put by the community. Maybe let me take this point of community had to defend themselves. Indeed, I agree. But many communities defended themselves without killing anybody. That point must not be forgotten. Many defended themselves. Mhlanga, Durban North, there were where people were harsh to other people. But dying, I'm saying on this day, it's between 15 and 20, but these bodies kept increasing. People of Pambai, they say, no matter what you do, don't bring Phoenix police here. Don't bring police. Those were part of our killings. Don't bring them here. Find other police that will work with them. And on that day, fortunately, Provincial Commissioner was there and the District Commissioner Shirwa were there. I said to them, can we come with a special team that will investigate these matters? But come with them, not from Phoenix per se. And the team of 10 people was put together to investigate those matters. But later I was told that the team was overwhelmed by the work, and the team was increased to 31. And headed by Brigadier Tsele, no relationship. Headed by Brigadier Tsele, who community fortunately had a better working relationship, and that made us to move. Maybe cutting the fat out of that led to the arrest of 60 people. There are 60 people now that are arrested there for the matter of Phoenix, with 37 murders. There were 36 all the time. There were 37 now, those murders. Because the other one, the person that was not known, was taken as an inquest, but it has been moved to be a murder. Out of those people that were murdered, there were 3 of Indian origin. Those people that were murdered there, who have been 36 all the time, become 37 now. One has tried to find out what really happened. One looks like was killed with a sharp instrument. The other one was picked dead, and the other one, I must say, I don't have a very clear what happened, but one person has been arrested of Indian origin of the death of one of those 3 people. So I'm saying 60 people are arrested. I tried to find out, all people arrested are of Indian origin that are arrested. for these matters. So this racial line came from that kind of outcomes. I visited those 3 places, Relisha, and the last place I visited on the same day was Phoenix itself. I visited 4 places, including Phoenix. This team I found in the police station discussing these matters, I urged them to become a permanent team to work on the problems of these 4 communities. Look, there was anger, there were stories all over to say these communities are going to come together and overrun the Phoenix. They say, police haven't helped us, we have been killed, we're going to revenge, we're going to overrun. So this team, which had about 2 members from these 4 communities, including Phoenix, worked a beautiful job, led by somebody called Chris Biela as a chair. Now, as we went to Phoenix, the community refused to remove those roadblocks there. And they said only when they're satisfied that there is enough security there. So we send extra police. I think soldiers joined those police 3 days down the line. And then those things then were removed when the police and the soldiers took over the streets of Phoenix. The bodies kept increasing and all that until the number that we have. But again, working with these matters, I was working very closely with the MEC, Peking Konyeni, from the province. And I was reporting to Premier what was going, and I was reporting to the President that we're trying to work on these matters. I must concede that the concentration of the work was more in Phoenix, while I know there was problem in Maritzburg and there was problem in Chatsworth. But the real burning area here was Phoenix, where we had to really work hard to stop those things going forward. And that committee did the good work. Finally, we went back again for the report much later. For the report, people were satisfied about the arrest. The police there were satisfied about the arrest. One major thing that was raised there was the role of private security companies that were doing things that were not meant to do. It was immediately on the same day when I met those people that I phoned Chauke, Advocate Chauke, who happens to be CEO of SIRA, to say send people. Those people came the same day. By the time I attended the last meeting at Phoenix, the SIRA people were, on the first day were already there. So there were movements in trying to deal with the situation. All communities were hostile, I must say, were hostile, all of them, including Phoenix, including Pambai, including Zwelisha, everybody. So nobody wanted to hear anything about peace. Even their peace committee initially, they did not want to hear. So I said, it must be a committee that confirms this peace committee rather than coming with the names. And indeed, that committee, I want to repeat, did the good job under the chairpersonship of Chris Biela. So that's Phoenix. We came back again and again on those matters. I want to leave that one. I want to leave that one there. As the dust was settling, you could feel the fumes of dust that, yes, is settling. Now, the queues were long. The queues for food now were long. I remember joining one in Durban North, a very long queue, a very long one. But people say, yeah, no, go for it, go for it. I said, trying to be modest. I think, no, you go and work. So I went to this and I left. The problem of queues, I was phoned by Prince Mangosuthu Teles to say, we're going to have trouble here at Ulundi. because Melmoth was burnt, Nongoma was burnt, Mpangen was burnt, part of it and all that. So people were converging at Ulundi. There was a long, long queue. Somebody sent me the helicopter pic of that queue. And phoned by Member of Parliament Gwala and phoned by Prince Teles himself to say, people they want to open shops there, can you send the security so that the shops are not overwhelmed? Because everybody wants to be in the front of the queue. And indeed, that happened, and they started their work and all. So I'm saying this dust is settling, but not quietly. In many other places, we had to help these queues sending the police. But I can't remember again the date, but that date will be somewhere in the 20s. When I visited the malls, I started with Liberty Mall in Maritzburg, and I visited Pavilion in Durban, and I visited the mall at Nseleni, and I visited the mall at Richards Bay. I visited all. Nseleni was gone. I found the owners, people I know, who were just standing there and looking at the serious destruction. But all these others were still standing. I must say, there are quite several of these malls that have given awards to some members of the South African police for the sterling job they did. There are some of them. Though it would not be the police per se, but working with the communities, as I'm saying to you, many communities came on board on this matter, together with security, even private security and the police. Unfortunately, the one that was highlighted and became was Maponya Mall. Everybody knows about Maponya Mall. Many Maponya malls happened where the communities, they came and said, not in our names, enough is enough. Even when we went with the president, we went 3 places with the president. We went to KwaMashu Bridge City, we went to Mlazi, and we went to the park near Umgeni, where we found communities cleaning, quite a mixed community cleaning. Communities came together for a mess, and communities came together for good things as the communities. So that's what happened. Maybe I'll close with the famous story of 12 instigators. I heard that somebody said President spoke about 12 instigators. That's not true. A person who spoke about 12 instigators is Cele. He spoke in the media briefing that was attended by 3 ministers. Minister Defense, the time Minister State Security, and Minister Police, where the issue was raised that the information was given to police. Okay? Minister Police did not respond to that in that media briefing. Minister Police spoke about 12 instigators. Those 12 instigators, some of them are there are 19 people that are arrested today as instigators. There are 19. The 19th one arrested about 2 or 3 days ago. There have been 18 all the time. Well, we're not allowed to bring phones here, or I did not bring my phone. In my phone, I have something that is a cloud. It's a cloud of people communicating that was sent to me by somebody with the names of those people that were communicating there. If the commissioners want to see it, they can see it. Some of the names there are people that are arrested. I took that information to intelligence because most of the people that communicate there, they use pseudonyms. I take it to them to decipher the names and find out who are these people. That did not help me much. And I took that information to the head of Hawks. And I requested a person who gave that information to link up with the head of Hawks, to give more information on that. So, indeed, those people arrested, most of them go to the warrant of arrest. When you get the warrant of arrest, which means there is a belief that you've got some questions to answer. So, those people, most of them are on bail. I think is one that is in custody. But most of them are in bail. And one of them, famous one called Piti Piti, is taking the Minister of Police to court for the loss of income and the loss of everything. I don't know whether to say this, but is also taken the matter to the PP. Now, the matter is in court. We don't think that it will be opportune for the PP to work together, work on the matter that is still in court. But also, this is Piti Piti, who is a lady originally from Ladysmith and is married, is living in Eguruleni, but originally comes from Swaziland. So, this is Piti Piti, has been in communication on political matters with the PP about some members, some of them are in cabinet. Now, the PP goes to the investigators to get the docket because must investigate the docket, a hot docket that is in court.
Sorry, Minister. Can you elaborate who's PP?
Public Protector.
Her name is?
Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane.
Okay.
So, well, the police say, but you can't. If you want anything, get the affidavit. We can't give you the active docket. We are working on it. So there is that as we speak going on. But the police, especially the head of the Hawks, is dealing with that matter. So those 12 names, they've surpassed 12 by now. There are 19, those names. But I must also concede that there are names that appear on the cloud that are not in the hands of the police. Maybe police can explain why those are not in there. I said last but one, there's been a problem. I have this problem as a Minister of Police of this lawlessness of the structures of intelligence, defining and finding things that can be a threat to a state. You know, there was a voicemail there that was calling for the head of the president and the head of the Minister of Police. And they were saying to them, if you don't find these ministers, go to their houses and find their wives and kids. But you ask your structures, they say, "Sisabafuna." But these guys are ahead of us because they know where we live. So that's one area when it comes to the question of dealing with intelligence. We'll have to work on it. I don't remember seeing the commissioner in all these places, whether it's Pretoria, whether it's Soweto, whether it's eThekwini, whether it's eTempangeni.
Ndosi,
Yes.
can you please explain the Commissioner of
Police.
National, Provincial?
National.
Okay, thank you.
General Ketla's toll. I don't. I'm told I didn't hear that we were trying to find him on the wrong places. I think those that wanted him in the wrong place, he should have tried to be on the right places, not to be on the wrong places. He should have found things on the right places. And the right places is where things were happening, is where people were dying, is where looting was taking place. I'm saying it could be that we go together, but maybe we split. If I'm in Gauteng, it could have been in KZN, but really, I just don't remember. People that I would have worked with is a provincial commissioner here and the acting provincial commissioner in Gauteng, Mtombeni, because the rail commissioner was sick there. So, but here I will spend time with Chirwa, who is a district commissioner, because while things were happening, I must admit, we concentrated here at Tegwini district in terms of policing. So it was a fact that we did not avail ourselves, as would be especially the National Commission, including in the middle of this on the 25th, going to Cape Town because there was a lot of death. Maybe the man next to the chair would know that. There was a lot of death there on the taxi industry. I guess some roads are still closed there, trying to help the Minister of Transport, who was making a call every day. I worked with the commissioner. When I was a national commissioner, I brought the present national commissioner from Northern Cape to come and work with me in the office in Pretoria, because for me, he has been always good with the social cohesion programs within the police, including working with young people, creating soccer teams. Give the man the bells on that one, no doubt about it. That's why maybe even today we have the young people called the provincial and national commissioners. Most of them are at school young. Very good at that level of working. So when I joined the police, I found him there when I'm appointed by the president now, and we were having meetings almost every week. I don't know how it died, but we have rekindled it. That, look, we need to meet every week. And that initiative mostly will come from the office of the minister. So we don't go for whiskey together, we don't go coffee together, but we work together, we meet. One thing that I have developed, because I love this teamwork, the protocol will say there is a one-on-one with the commissioner, but most of the time I go with the deputy minister, so that to get broader ideas and open our wisdom, working on that one. The intelligence and refusal to sign, which might have caused that there were not enough capabilities. You know, this money of Secret Service is the most abused money within the police, most abused money. Now, it's a law that says the minister must sign and the president must sign. It's a law. While you don't know any other thing about budget, I just read it in Parliament and it goes where it goes. This one, the law says the minister and the president and the treasurer must know about this money. Now, you have money where people, they just go to it to find money to run their conference in in Nasrec. In Nasrec. People, they want to run a parallel conference in Nasrec. And they go to this man. You have money that has been signed, a long list of signed monies here, signed by a person who is acting that I believe had no authority to act. The head of this division is dismissed, not alone, with 5 top officials of this division. CI, Crime Intelligence.
Crime intelligence in SAPS, Minister?
Yes, in SAPS. Now, I must say, it's my own temptation to say, maybe somebody was preparing for things we don't know. You can't just disseminate the whole crime intelligence. And there is a long list of monies that were signed. And then I write the commissioner, I say to him, I have a problem with the person that is appointed, but can it be explained to me? All these signatures, what was signed here and all that kind of thing. So I write the letter. I receive the letter saying that a new head, General Mukhubuti, is going to investigate and give me the report. Weeks down the line, I phoned, they said, Mukhubuti, where's my report? He said, nobody have ever touched me about investigating the thing. Oh, is that so? Yeah. Okay. Deputy Minister, let's go and have the meeting with the National Commissioner. National Commissioner, where is my report? He says, no, I've appointed a person yesterday who's going to investigate this. And there is a trend there. This person is General Khatebe, who has just been appointed to be Provincial Commissioner of Limpopo. There is a trend that the new people that have been just appointed are given the responsibility of doing and signing things that have not been signed for a long time. One, this person who was acting is signed by General Mfazi as acting. Two, General Vuma is signing the appeal document of which she is not a principal person on it, of the case of this grabber. Three, I hear that as I'm driving from Mamopane, that General Mchinga, who is 3 days in the position, has signed a document that I have refused to be signed for the last 6 months. But Mchinga said, Mchinga, what is this? I said, yes.
Sorry to disturb your trail of thought. I'm going to ask you to assist us again with the sequencing. You are mentioning quite a number of generals. You are mentioning quite a number of documents, and we may get lost in the naming. So if you can just assist us with the sequencing and the names of the documentation so that we understand and we can pull the web together. Thank you.
December, the head of, can't remember the date, but it's December, the head of crime intelligence is suspended, together with 5 top officials in that division. I'm told at about 6 in the morning by the phone that the IG, Inspector General of Intelligence, has findings against the head of crime intelligence. I say, but you can't implement it because the law I know says, before the IG implements, all his or her findings must be discussed with the minister. That's a law, not LSA. This one is not discussed, it went to you straight. Okay, fine. Said, well, he has received it, he's going to implement by suspending. So I write to say, but you can't, let's discuss. We don't discuss, it goes to court. It goes to court, and the court favors him, and then he suspends. So I stop there. This is December. Then...
Sorry, Minister, this is December 2021.
2020.
2020, sorry.
Akakabe December 21. This is December 2020.
My apologies.
Now, the regulation, I guess 74, I can't remember, but the regulation says, at the level of Major General, somebody that is shifting, the minister must sign. Now, I hear that General Khan is acting as the head of intelligence. I don't know. I did not sign that. Now, I tried to find out from Commissioner. He explains to say, no, it was not acting, it was a part of acting. What is a part of acting and not acting? Sign some things and not some things. But the guy has signed everything, including finances. And a long list of finances that are signed. Now, this reluctance comes from that it must be explained. I can't just give, this is $500 million I'm talking about. And it's called secret fund, which is very difficult to be accounted for. Now, you still receive the calls, people saying, look, we have not been paid for the product we have given the police. And this money would have done that. Now, I'm trying to scrutinize that thing. But more than that, anybody who says the work did not happen, commissioners, because there was no money. No, there was money. There was money to such an extent that the treasurer is granting, after the request of about 138 million, which was supposed to be over, is it overrolling? What is this over thing? Rollover. And is granted in May that you can use that money. Out of the 138, I think they requested 129 million, which is granted in May, and these things happen in July. So you're not going to tell me that 129 million is not there. So it's not an excuse to come and say there was no money. There was money, granted by treasurer. To such an extent that even on that money, this treasurer still say, bring 9 million back, because you have requested 128 of 138. So there is money. But this one, I must scrutinize and be told. I send questions after questions about it for this money to be explained. Finally, it was signed, I think, end of August. The head, Mahoboti, in that signing that took place at the college in the presence of Deputy Minister and Commissioner and the people from intelligence, says, thank you, Minister. We had just money for 1 month to do our work. So at least we still had a 1 month. Now that you have signed, things will go. So it cannot be that anything that was not done was because there was no money. There was money.
My apologies to interject, Minister. Chairperson, I think it's appropriate for us to take a short comfort break at this point. It will also allow us to consult on 1 or 2 issues that we would like to address. I want to propose a 15-minute break, if that's in order.
Yes. Let's start at 10 to 3 again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister, we'll just stand down then for until 10 to, just for a comfort break. Thank you very much. Just before you continue, Minister Clele, I think, well, I was informed that the legal team wants to just address us on something quickly.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Just to indicate two things. Firstly, there are some logistical issues for this afternoon, and we would like to make a request that as we're going to proceed, that we end at 3:45 sharp. However, as we proceed now, the Minister is ready to proceed to give his concluding remarks. And once he's done, the evidence team will pose some questions to the Minister. However, we need to be mindful of the 3:45 timeline, and we should stop. Even if we are not finished, we will then hand over to the chair to make the necessary announcements thereafter.
Yes, thank you very much. That is in order. So, Minister, but please take your time and, tell us what you want us to hear before we start with the questioning. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. It's been a long hour. Well, much has been said. This is 3 years we talk about. And I want to go back a little bit on the relationship. There is English that has been used, the Frostley relationship apart. I deny that. I deny that of Frostley. These are just working relationship, and it should be so. It should be working relationship. What I would think maybe people need to concentrate on this relationship thing. I did mention this point, and maybe I'll take a step back to it. I was a national commissioner. I pulled the team. I pulled everybody together. I minimize every and any conflict that would be there. I had a wonderful team. The commissioners like Petros, that was in Gauteng, Dobela in Eastern, in Mpumalanga. Very energetic and good guy. General Praise, General Lamour, regardless of what happened to him, later stage when he went down back to Western Cape. General Mafume, who is a PhD. I'm laughing because when I came in the police, she was a PhD then, and they were not allowed to call themselves doctors. This is academic, PhD, but they said, don't put doctor next to her name. I said, but this should be an organization of excellence. We need doctors, we need everybody here. The time is gone where when you could not pass your standard 6, people will say, why don't you try the police? Should be the organization of excellence, the police. Now, I did say we'll meet, we'll work on that. If this commission wants to, the impact that working together did, you can go to the statistics, crime statistics of 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, and I was fired 2012. It's a story for another day, that one. So go to those statistics. It has never been so good. That's why it's frustrating when you see statistics, because you know it can happen. You know, murders have been moving. They will move from 18,000 to 17,000 to 16,000. 2010, 2011, if I'm not mistaken, it moved straight from 17,000 No, from 18,000 to 16,000. There was no 17,000. It's a team that was there. Can be explained. Now, I hear this frosty relationship between National Commissioner and the Minister. The real frosty relationship there is among the top management. This one is suspended, this one is fired. That in Western Cape will be fired. That one, because of this, we lost a very good young, I think it's 42, 43, General Sembe, a good potential. As he walks, you suspect that you have a commissioner one day here. We've lost it because of things that were supposed to not to happen. Bring him as a national provincial commissioner, you put him in the office, you put him on top of a person that there is no post. You bring him to come in the post that is not vacant. And the guy has left the service. Unfortunately, a person that was put on top of her has left the service too. So these are things that you just don't know, and you raise them, and there is that famous term of interfering. Because the minister is supposed to deal with the policy matters. Constitution gives two things for the minister to deal with: is a policy and directing. It's in the Constitution. While operations and structures and all that gives that to the National Commissioner, but policy and directing. So you are not going to sit there and see things going wayward and don't direct them. Because one major problem, when chips are down, it's a minister that answers in Parliament. It's a minister that reads crime stats. But it's a minister that is called by communities. They don't call National Commissioner communities. They call the minister. So you'll have to explain there. And you're not going to go there and say, no, it's not me. The Constitution, they say, hey, we gave you the job. Go and do the job. So I would love one day to see the commissioner taking his or her management closely and working in unison. Gives good results. That's what we did. We worked in unison with the management of that particular time. So that's that, and I just hope that this organization will really find its way and do the job that it's supposed to do on behalf of the South Africans and resolve matters that are supposed to be resolved. You maybe closing, I think 2018, we retreated to the bush in Mpumalanga. We came with Mpumalanga resolutions. I believe if those resolutions have been implemented properly, we spent 2.5 days there. That guide is there. It talks about many things. One major thing that talks about, which is a big weakness in the police, is supply chain management. If those things could be implemented and do things proper, life can be better. But let me say, there are many subjective things that I spoke about there are objective problems in the police. I would not sit here and say everything could be blamed on the people there. Others are objective, maybe that they can't police do about it. 2010, we had about 193,000 police with a population of 50 million. Today, we have 184 with a population of 60 million. So those are the things. We had working helicopters. Helicopters are grounded now. So, but supply chain must be really working on those things. There are those subjective things and objective things. I hope we'll find each other and fix those things and make sure that this organization becomes excellent again. Mainly also working with the communities, because I don't care. Whatever you do, those were my studies when I went to UK to study about the Community Policing Forum. That even half of the population can be police officers. If half does not cooperate, you won't work it. So that's one big area we'll have to work with the communities and work with the communities, which at the present moment is not very rosy, the relationship between the police and the communities there. There are too many bad things that happen, people there is. But I must say, there are too many good things that police do. There are bad police, very bad. There are good police, very good. Maybe that's why, Mampemba, the prisons in South Africa are 25% overpopulated. And those people don't go through Toy there. Somebody send them there. We've got about 5,500 people that are doing lifers. For you to get life, which means somebody did a good investigation for the judge or the magistrate to give you life. So there are good people. Unfortunately, their good work is overshadowed by those that are bad. You do get a report from the IPID. I get the list of the police that rape. I get the list that they rape their own colleagues, that steal and all that. Who even were part of stealing during July. Some of those police were there, were stealing. Others police were looting from the looters. So things like those. But it's a part of the police also to preserve and protect life. There's a big loss. All of us, we must take the responsibility of 50 billion. Take the responsibility of 340 people that died here. Could have been done better for all of us. We hope our lessons will stay with us here and we really learn that it doesn't repeat. I'm told that out of 340, there are 26 cases that looks like the IPID is investigating, which could be the death that was caused by the police. Many people died painful death. I remember that big number of Jobsonville Mall. There was a stampede there. Your Phoenix, Mzimkulu, people, there was explosion of the gas, and those people died inside. And in the central Durban, when things were quiet and the cleaning, found the dead bodies, South Africans really, really suffered. The aftermaths of the complete eruption and destruction of the social cohesion of the community. Unemployment, businesses that have gone down. I went to one restaurant in Waterkloof, giving beautiful curry. As a Durbanite, I like curry. And it's shut down. It might not be necessarily of this because of COVID and all that, but this added. South Africans, they do really looking forward for things to be better next time. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. So over to the evidence team to put questions, to start putting questions to the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your opening address. Just to indicate from the outset that the three of us will be attempting to pose questions to you. And we shall, obviously with the time that's remaining, do our best to get as much as we can. Because I think a lot came out of your statement, but I think we'd like to, as I begin, maybe take you a little bit back. You will recall that when there was communication with your office, we did highlight in our terms of reference that we are, or the hearing, will be looking at making findings, reporting on and making recommendations and or directives concerning a broad and overarching issues in as far as the investigation is concerned. And I think in summary, it's really about the causes of the July unrest, particularly in KZN and in Gauteng. The issue that you also touched on a bit was the alleged racially motivated attacks and killings that happened. As you've highlighted, the causes of the apparent lapses in law enforcement, and of course the social, economic, spatial and political factors prevalent in the various areas affected. So I think you've touched a bit on all of those themes. But where I want to start, Minister, is where you sort of ended off. And you are reflecting on the impact. And part of the impact you highlighted was not only just the destruction on property and the impact on the economy, but you highlighted the loss of life. Maybe just very briefly, and I think you also indicated that there are some cases, because it does appear that some lives, 26 cases, are being investigated by IPID. In this hearing, we also did hear from other witnesses highlighting the devastating impact of the loss of life. I'm just wanting, maybe as we begin, to firstly ask you if you could just comment briefly on the 340 people that died during the July unrest.
Yes, right. Chairperson, it's a situation that breaks everybody when people die. There is that thing to say, tigers don't cry, which is a bad and a dangerous say. Human beings are given an extra touch of conscience and being humans and differ from animals. Surely, those 340 people that died would have been healthy people, for the fact that they died on stampede, they died on fire, and they were shot, going from point A to point B, especially in Phoenix. I still have to be proved wrong that almost everybody there died on the freeway. Now, that freeway is there even now. People are still going and they're not dying, and they were going before, they were not dying. And communities, yes, should have protected themselves, but not at the expense of life. I did talk with the communities, but I think I visited one or two families that was in the preview of Premier who in Phoenix, who visited most of the families together with Mam Peg. And the organization I work with, when a member of the South African Police dies, we usually visit families, and we usually call memorial services, we attend bureaus. I just wonder who was with those families of those 340 people as they die? Who went to report to them and see how they are doing in life? I don't think that most of us we did that, and most, maybe not most, but some of those people were working who died. Is a double jeopardy for those families when they lose somebody who works, but emotionally they've lost. That's why Chairperson saying we must learn our lessons to such in a way that such things doesn't happen. Well, somebody told me that you never, when you speak English, you never use never unless you negate never. You never say never, but we must make it very difficult. All those that are given responsibility of working for the well-being of human beings in South Africa, and those that even visit, as the Constitution says, that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. I want to say, maybe I did not hear the Minister of Department of Social Development, which I think she comes in very closely in dealing with these matters. But also the general society. I don't know what churches have done and other NGOs. Do we have the list of those people who died? Did they have families? Did they have mothers? Where are their mothers? Where are their wives, if they had that? So it's hanging. I think we have an extra job to do on that matter. When I'm sure some of them, even going for looting, they'll go an hour and healthy, and 30 minutes later, we are dead. It's a traumatic. It's always better when you're sick and we all say, okay, we're throwing the towel. But when healthy and heavy and smiling and jumpy, you just go and all of a sudden you come back, the message comes that you're dead. So I think the nation needs some healing on that, and somebody will have to lead that healing. Thanks.
No, thank you very much for that. We did also have an undertaking from the Premier of KZN in terms of assisting us to get sort of a full picture of the numbers, because I think we've also been getting different reportings or different reports in as far as the total number of people that died. And we appreciate the figure that you've given us, and also we will be extending a further hand, or rather request to you and your ministry, and of course the KZN Provincial Commission as well, as we need to, because I think there's quite a bit of focus on that figure as to what is the exact figure and who are the victims.
This is national figure, by the way.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Correct. And of course, the Gauteng and anywhere else, as you've reported that there were other areas that were beginning to have some sort of unrest or looting that was going on. But thanks for that, because I just wanted to highlight the impact on the loss of life, which you've unpacked. And as you say, there is still an extra job that needs to be done for us to really fully understand that particular impact. As I part, there is also another impact that we also saw and witnessed in this hearing, Minister, and that was in the first week. We heard from victims that survived, some of whom lost relatives, friends, but those who survived, who are living now and walking with that impact, with those injuries. Some have also indicated a greater impact in terms of loss of income, etc. So that's also another category of people who survived but are living with those scars of what happened, not only in Phoenix and Pietermaritzburg, but also in other parts as well. So I just wanted to highlight that. I'm not going to, unless you really want to comment on that, but I thought I'll flag that as well for you, because it's something which is also associated with what we've been hearing at this particular investigative hearing.
Chairperson, I can make a comment. I have made this in different podiums and areas where I've spoken about it. As a person dealing with with crime in general. Now, 60 people are arrested. Out of some of them, 30 of them arrested on murder, and others attempted murder and other things. There are people that died there who were going to grow and become serious citizens. There are those that were providing bread on the table. I have been raising this thing. The system, or sometimes it's a little bit upside down. You know, some of those people are going to be sentenced, go to prison, maybe get life. And as they get arrested, the first thing they find is hot water. They shower in hot water. They've got 3 meals. They've got best medication. They watch TV. Their water is never cut. Their electricity is never cut. Some of them, they study and become PhDs. There are breadwinners that lost here. Their families will lose the cars if they had cars, will be taken by the banks. They'll lose the electricity. They'll be cut off water. Their kids might lose the schooling and all that. We have a system that is more sympathetic to the perpetrators. Now, you are asking, we're all like, what happened to them? Nobody cares. People that will know from now are perpetrators. We know they're in court. We know they're in prison. We know we'll give them food. We'll give them warm water. They'll never run out of electricity. They will start if they want to. So the system needs to come back and be more sympathetic and look after victims. And nobody will know what happens to the kids of those that were killed, who might be sleeping under the bridges now because the banks have taken back the houses and all that. So that's for all of us to work on it. Our system must be focused on victims and work on them. Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to make that point.
And thank you, Minister. And of course, I'm inclined to make a follow-up on that one because you raised it. And the same was raised with the KwaZulu-Natal Premier when he was here. There has been a call for by victims that have come before this commission. Some have actually given oral testimony. Others have also given us written submissions. And there's a call for reparations, Minister. I'm wondering if you have any comment on that, especially having highlighted that impact and also having highlighted the fact that those that survive, those who are now left without breadwinners, those who no longer have a supporting system because breadwinners have passed, destruction to property, some were making an income out of their cars. They have no livelihood, as they've been saying to us. do you have a view? And if you don't have one now, it's also okay, but I must put it to you. Do you have a view or a comment on the issue of reparations?
Well, the government is broad. It's made of departments and other elements. Closing my remarks of your first question, you said we have a job to do. That could be part of the job going forward, to say what's to be done. Maybe the question that was asked by one man some years ago, what's to be done. We are not on asking that question. Something must be done following all channels and routes that we need to follow up. The only thing, if and when we find that needs to happen, I think speed is one of the things that people must be assisted as we are here and people waiting for their lives to be assisted going forward. Those that did this thing must be punished. State must be very hard to them, but also see what is to be done about the victims. So maybe these are things to be done going forward. Exactly, I don't have an exact answer on that one, but we can't just go and rest. We'll have to really find out the way out of this.
Thank you very much, Minister. No, thank you very much. I'm just double checking with you, Minister, if you have in front of you your affidavit that you submitted to the hearing.
I think I do.
Okay. And I'd like to take you to paragraph 12. And I know that paragraph 12 has a title, which is the Minister of Police Roles and Interministerial Coordination. And there's a number of paragraphs there, and there's also comments. And in paragraph 12, I will not read the entire paragraph because there's some bullet points there in terms of the minister being appointed by the president to oversee South African Police Services, CIRA, IPID, the Civilian Secretariat of Police, but also paragraph 13 highlights the minister's role being defined in the Constitution and in the South African Police Services Act. And under that paragraph 13, the very first bullet there indicates that his role, which refers to yourself, are not an operational role. And that's something that you highlighted in your address, especially towards the end of your address. It goes on to say, but is responsible for determining national policing policy as per section 206 of the Constitution, and to ensure the overall execution of the department's mandate as outlined in legislation. And you did paint a picture for us in terms of what that means for you in as far as your role is concerned, but you also did say that you do have the responsibility of going to Parliament to report to the Portfolio Committee in as far as all of your role in as far as accounting to the legislature. Now, perhaps the question is, I'm basically just requesting your comment on, especially on the issue of the operational role. And I'm raising that, or put differently, your role not being an operational one. And I'm putting that in the context of the unrest, and I'm putting that also within the unrest, I'm putting it in the context of any operation that was undertaken during the the unrest. In particular, I recall one such operation which was famously known as Operation Kipi Receipt or Operation Show Your Receipt. Requesting the minister perhaps to just reflect on that in as far as your role not being an operational one in the context of some of the operations that the minister may have been involved in, perhaps just to make us understand and for the panel to understand.
Chair, I concede that the directing here is not here. But it is in the Constitution. Oh, okay. I think it's 14. It is, that's the Minister of Police who controls the policy and strategic direction of the SEPs. That's your 14.
Paragraph 14, yes.
Yes.
Paragraph 14 does go on to say,
Yeah.
it is thus the Minister of Police who controls the policy and strategic direction
Yeah.
of the police,
Yes.
or South African Police Services.
Yeah. The operations minister cannot be arrested for thinking. And then that's why sitting with the commissioner and sitting with PC on that particular day would simply say, I think this helps us to do things going forward. And then you'll say that, but you are not going to develop a plan as a minister. Develop a plan and call officers from barracks. Say, here's a plan to do it. Then the commissioner does it. But strategically, what helps us in doing that particular thing, sitting, it doesn't mean that if you're operational, you must go in a corner, in a cubicle and think alone. we still think on and think together, and then you take a step back as a minister. And is nothing wrong announcing what the police will do, but you can't take them from barracks, put them on the vans and go, you go and do it. You can, as they do it, join them. There are two things that it happens there. There is a lot of noise about how the police behave. Maybe they can behave better if you're around there and all that. But I'm telling you, it also gives a lot of morals, boost morals when they work with the ministers. And is very few incidents where there will be complaining in the operation where you were as a minister. But it makes them work better, more energy, and to say we get work together, things happen to all of us. So operations, operations don't come from, they just don't come from heaven like manna. They come from the direction that must give us the better impact on those particular things. As you change, you change your structures, is because, for instance, one major problem we're facing is the GBV in South Africa. So then you need to create structures. So let's find the structures that will deal with this matter. And then those that develop structures will say we have FCS. We have FCS. You might not come on that. You might discuss that, agree or don't agree. But there are people that are supposed to develop the thing. So if the direction is that people have looted and they can't get scot-free, so we'll have to find out what have they looted, and then you all agree that we have to fetch these things. How do you fetch these things? Because people do cross us. So when you do a grocer, you get a receipt. But if you loot, I don't think you get any receipt out of looting. So show us the receipt so that we concur with you that the stuff is yours. Even that direction changed later on. That food was subjected on two things. Was subjected on health protocols, because it might have happened that something wrong has gone on that food. So we'll request health to check it. If it is good, social development will get a portion of it so that it's taken to orphanage and old homes and all that kind of stuff. But somewhere you begin to realize as you act this receipt to say, yeah, these people they've looted, but this is food and there's nothing in the house, absolutely nothing. And you tend to say, we can get TV, but food, let's see. So it will be, the operations will be always having some form of direction. Yes.
Advocate Lutz, I just also want to make just a few remarks before we rise. Is this maybe a good time to, to stop here, and then we will continue with the evidence of the minister later?
I'll just double check with my brother, because I think there was one question that ought to have come from, and then we can, I'll come back just in indulgence of a second, Chair. No, that's fine. Chair, in the interest of time, I do note that it's now 3:40. So perhaps I could say that, Minister, thanks for that answer. I was just raising some thematic issues in as far as your evidence. We will come back to your affidavit later and look at specific aspects.
So I'm still going to come back.
Time has run with us, Minister. Yes. We will beg your indulgence in that regard. Chair, let me hand over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. Sorry that we could not finalize your testimony today, so we'll have to make arrangements again with your office. But thank you once again for cooperating with the Commission and assisting it. You were one of the first who immediately said you very much would be willing to come and to discuss a few matters with the Commission. So thank you very much for that. Yes, so I just wanted to, in conclusion of our proceedings here in Durban, once again mention that we have opened up again the time for submissions. We will later on announce when the timeline for that what that would be and when it would come to an end. But there is once again the possibility for organizations, individuals, members of the public to make submissions to the Commission. And secondly, that the hearings of the Commission, of the South African Human Rights Commission into the July 2021 unrest will continue in February in 2022, when we will inter alia finalize the evidence of the Minister of Police, General Bheki Cele. Then I would like to use the opportunity to really thank, from the panel side, to thank the staff of the South African Human Rights Commission, the media for being here and for covering this very important hearing into a matter of high public interest and of high public concern and importance. Also the hotel staff here at the hotel where we've been for the past 3 weeks. And very importantly, the organizations, members of the public who've made submissions to the Commission, who've participated in the process, and all of those who have appeared in this hearing and come to give evidence in our hearing. Then also the sign language interpreters who assisted during the entire course of the hearing, and everybody that's been involved, also at our head office. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And the proceedings here in Umhlanga will... Yeah. Commissioner Nissen is just reminding me that I should also wish everyone well in the upcoming festive season, including the Christmas season. So the hearing proceedings will then come to an end now, and in February we will see all of you in the province of Gauteng. Thank you very much. We adjourned.